Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Get me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to see you on the interview.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
All right, hello. Good morning, everybody. Brock and Salk Show here on Seattle Sports on 710, seattlesports.com. The Seattle Sports app, podcast platforms, 97.3 HD2 and YouTube. Kind of a sad day as I look at Apple Podcasts. Maybe the reviews are just dead. Maybe it's over more. We had all these years of getting podcast reviews come in on Apple Podcasts, and I don't know, maybe
you
it's...
just always have to remind them. We get a flood.
I know, but it used to be that I didn't have to remind people all the time. Like, you know, we'd get some, and I'd be like, oh, that was cool, and that reminder would sort of lead to more or whatever. But now, like, you know, I reminded people like a month ago, and now, like, we haven't gotten anything since June 4th. Like, it's just, I don't even know why I go over here and check anymore. It's sort of, yeah, maybe it's just kind of dead. I noticed that our numbers on the podcast were down a little bit this month. Not on any other platform, so it's not like the show has gotten bad. I mean, maybe it has, but that's not evident, at least in this this statistic, because ratings were kind of where they've been. YouTube numbers are where they've been, if not higher. So maybe there are people that were on the podcast platform and now they're going over to YouTube. I don't know, but it's just sort of sad to see. And so maybe it's over. Maybe it's all coming to an end. Maybe we should retire 17 years into this thing like Linda Cohn did. Double this. How about that? Brock and I, 17 years together. Linda Cohn going to retire this week after 34 years on SportsCenter. I love Linda Cohn. We'll mention it throughout the morning and need to know. She's going to join us. Brock and I are off next week for the July 4th, so we were going to do it next week. But obviously that's...
You guys aren't allowed to leave at the same time.
It's only a few days, right? I mean, like a holiday, Thursday, Friday. I don't know. Sorry. In any event, Linda is going to join us the week after. So we'll talk to her about her incredible trailblazing career. Linda is also, just on a personal note, one of the most lovely people I've come across in this business. Was lucky enough to do a handful or more, maybe a couple dozen shows with Linda back when I was doing a lot of national stuff. So that's like, what, 2012-ish? 11, 12. I was doing a ton of national stuff for ESPN Radio. And after somebody retired, I forget what it was, but I got thrown in there with like a bunch of rotating people. And, you know, that's where we got to know Kevin Nagandi and Bram Weinstein, who's been on the show a number of times, and Adnan Virk, who's been on the show a lot. Jonathan Coachman, who will probably never be on the show, and then Linda Cohn. And that was like a huge thrill, you know, growing up watching Linda Cohn do SportsCenter. She's a legend, man. Not only was she really good at doing SportsCenter, fun, funny, all of that, but she was, for a long, long time, the only woman on that platform that was such a predominantly male thing. And, you know, especially if you think back, now maybe I'm going back too far, not just to the Chris Bermans and Scott Van Pelt's or you know, all the other, you know, Dan Patrick, all the famous people. It was also Craig Kilborn, who's also like kind of a like universally known guy, but not always in the best sense, if that kind of conveys my meaning. My what I've always heard is that the Craig Kilborn you meet in old school is kind of Craig Kilborn. I don't know that that's true, but that's what I've sort of always heard about Craig Kilborn, which is not a great compliment. And then in the middle of all of this is Linda Cohn, and she's awesome, and everyone respects her, and no one, you know, looks at her really as being any different from any of the SportsCenter anchors at a time in which that was not really the case. Now it is normal. I don't think anyone thinks differently, you know, thinks about it one way or another. Plenty of women all over SportsCenter, all over ESPN, all over the platform. But at that time, 34 years ago, are you kidding me? Pretty amazing. And
well, I can tell you, and Stacey can probably tell you as a woman, there are still some people that bristle at it quite easily. So but I say that to say I can only imagine what Linda Cohn probably went through back then, being one of the first. And yeah, she's amazing.
She really is. And I personally, huge fan. And then getting to know her just made it even cooler. And I'll go one step farther. Just what she did with hockey. She was among the people. And thank you. Who do I see posting about this? Oh, Richard Deitch, maybe, I think it was. Along with John Buccigross and a couple of other folks, Steve Levy at ESPN, just a consistent advocate for hockey, even when the network essentially left it for dead. So, big fan of Linda's. Crazy to see that news come out yesterday. Texted with her a little bit, and she will join us a week from Wednesday. How come Coach will never be on the show? He didn't get along very well. Not a big fan, to be perfectly honest. He and I did not have fun doing shows together. We got paired together all the time and didn't particularly care for each other. So it wasn't like a fight or anything. Just wasn't. I don't understand how a guy whose name is Jonathan Coachman on a sports show could call himself the coach. I just felt it was misleading. Like, I get that it's your name, but like, it's just misleading. You're not a coach. So like, what do you mean the coach? I don't know. Anyway, nice enough guy. We just didn't really get along all that well, and he'll probably not be on the show because I don't even think I have his number. So there you go. The other thing I wanted to talk about this morning, and again, this is in Need to Know, so we'll be talking about it throughout the day, is more, you sent over this this note on Seattle being named the #1 U.S. host city for the World Cup, behind Vancouver and Toronto overall, but #1 in the U.S. And I'm looking at the index, kind of the way they made this. Was Action Network who did this, and I don't know whether the qualities that Seattle won for are necessarily the things that make Seattle great. Like proximity to the airport, like certainly helpful if you're coming to the World Cup. I don't know whether the stadium's proximity to the airport is like a defining factor of a city in general.
Atmosphere was one of the factors.
Yeah, atmosphere and social scene and walkability and like.
But of course, you're going to include whether it's accessible and easy when you're traveling.
Totally agree. I'm not knocking the list. Just that for the point I'm about to make, that some of the things that were on the list weren't necessarily relevant to my point. But it's just that for all, and Egan said this yesterday, it just kind of jumped out to me. For all the people that love to knock Seattle constantly, they're mostly people that are in the Seattle area, right? I mean, like, not people in Seattle itself, but people in the Seattle area who like to knock the city constantly, despite, as far as I can tell, never actually coming into the city, but like to, take a clip or take a video or take a story that they've heard and use it to tell, a tale about what it's like to live in the city of Seattle. Now, as somebody who does live in the city of Seattle and likes to go downtown and all of that, I always take offense to it. The Seattle is dying narrative, which, I think has been very clearly disproven this week or over the last couple of weeks. Seattle's not dying. Seattle is in many ways thriving. That's not to say it's a perfect place. I'm not here to argue that. And that's not to say that the videos that people use or the stories people use to create their narrative are 100% wrong. They're not. They're not. Seattle's got its issues. I'm not sitting here telling you Seattle is clean and perfect and doesn't have any homeless people or doesn't have a problem or crime or any of that. I'm not saying that. I promise. There's problems here. There's problems in most cities. It's sort of part of being a city. Regardless of who the leader is of that city, all cities have levels of problems. All cities have homeless people. Like, that's just part of what it's like to live in a city. That's part of the society we live in, unfortunately. But it is awesome, awesome, awesome to be reminded of the positive sides of this city, why we all live in this region, why we all live in this area, and some of the trade-offs that you make in life. And it's awesome to be reminded of certainly the weather has helped, but the beauty of Seattle, the fun factor that Seattle can bring when it especially has a big event like this. I've just really enjoyed that element of the World Cup. Probably, it's been, again, I'm not that into the soccer, that, but the stuff around it, the stuff in Soto, just the whole look of the way Seattle comes across on the world stage and the national stage. It's a shame that it takes people from far and wide to come here to drown out some of the angry voices that use Seattle as a punching bag, semi-locally. And I think it's pretty cool. I think it's really, really nice that Seattle gets a moment in the sun, because often it kind of gets looked at the wrong way. All right. All right, quick break. We'll come back here. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. We've got Ross Tucker. Oh, I didn't even tell you. I'm sorry. My bad. Today's guest day, apparently. We got 3 guests today, Maura. Logan Gilbert is going to join us at 7:30. We ready for Logan? AL Pitcher of the Month. He'll join us at 7:30.
Always want to hear from Logan.
At 8:30, Jeff Passan, of course. And then for you hockey fans out there, 9:30, John Forslund. And if you're not a hockey fan, you should also just like John Forslund, because he's awesome. One of the great play-by-play announcers in the world, and also a great guest every time he comes on. So how about that? All that's coming up today, too. And you say you don't want to leave a podcast review. How dare you people? Talk about reasons for podcast reviews. Look at that guest selection. Unbelievable. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Muckleshoot. I'm sure by now you've heard interviews with a whole lot of people who took the First Mark Challenge and saved so much money on their insurance and got better coverage. We call them First Mark victories. Well, I too took the First Mark Challenge and am thrilled to say that First Mark is saving my family thousands. Now that's what I call a victory. Before we got married, my husband had been with the same agent for so long, I think we just assumed that they were working hard to get us the best coverage and save us money, but it wasn't the case. And we only knew that by taking the First Mark Challenge. First Mark works for you, not the insurance carriers. First Mark will fully analyze your current coverage, making sure you're not overpaying for the wrong coverage, which could leave you at risk for financial loss. Then they carefully search the market, dozens of major carriers, to find you the best fit. And that's it. First Mark Insurance has helped thousands of families successfully manage the complicated world of insurance and save them thousands, my family included. Be the next First Mark Challenge victory. Take the First Mark Challenge now. It's free. Go to firstmarkinsurance.com. First Mark Insurance. They work for you.
This year, America celebrates 250 years of freedom, hard work, and craftsmanship. And PAR is proud to celebrate with you. This summer, take advantage of exclusive savings on grills, pellets, Simpson Strong Tie fasteners, and cabinets from Kemper, Omega, and Dura Supreme. Whether you're building a deck, upgrading your home, or designing your dream kitchen, PAR has the products, expertise, and legendary service to help bring your vision to life. Visit par.com for dates and details. PAR, where the builders go.
Upgrade your home with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Be among the first 40 June projects to sign up for 5 or more installed windows and receive a free patio door. Plus, enjoy 12 months no interest, no payments financing. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
You can never have too many tools. Shop DeWalt deals at Lowe's. Get a free Select DeWalt 20-volt max power tool when you buy a Select 20-volt max 5-amp-hour battery kit. Plus, get a free additional DeWalt 20-volt max 8-amp-hour battery when you buy a DeWalt 10-inch 20-volt max dual-bevel compounded miter saw. Our best lineup is here at Lowe's. Valid through 6/24 while supplies last. Selection varies by location.
Skechers elite athlete OG Anunoby has been making history on the basketball court.
Anunoby tips it in. Unbelievable. What a shot.
He's been balling out in Skechers high-performance basketball sneakers, and the world is noticed. But how does OG train off the court to keep in peak physical condition? Hands-free Skechers Slip-ins AeroBurst. They help prepare OG for the physical demands of playing at a championship level. Get your pair of AeroBurst for only $165 at a Skechers store, Skechers.com, or wherever high-performance running shoes are sold.
When the heat's in 11,
cool AC would be heaven.
DayandNight.net. Stay cool this summer with a new AC or heat pump from Day and Night. And with installation, you'll get a free furnace.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. Call us about installing a high-efficiency cooling system or servicing your existing one so you're cool when you need it.
Get a new AC or heat pump now from Day and Night to stay cool this summer. Plus, with installation, you'll get a free furnace.
DayandNight.net. When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
With Progressive's Name Your Price tool, you can choose the best coverage option for you. Because you know you. Like, you know that hiking isn't for you. Sure, it sounds nice to be in nature while exercising, but that's what a gym and houseplants are for. I mean, you don't even like walking upstairs. So why would you walk up a hill for miles? To what, end up high in the air? Come on, you know you're scared of heights. Only you know you. So get coverage options within your budget with Progressive's Name Your Price tool. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company affiliates. Pricing coverage match limited by state law.
Hey, Green Gobbler here. So you've got a clogged drain in your bathroom. Water in the sink's overstaying its welcome. You're spitting today's toothpaste on top of yesterday's toothpaste. You hope that it go away. Yeah, clogs don't just go away. I make them go away. I'm Green Gobbler, the only clog dissolver you need. I'm bleach-free, safe for your pipes, and I work. Guaranteed or your money back. Because I never met a clog that was going to unclog itself. Green Gobbler. Let the gobbler get it.
This hour is brought to you by Goldberg and Jones.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, a day of travel yesterday back to the East Coast. Now the Mariners will get back to it tonight in Pittsburgh, one of the most beautiful settings in all of baseball, man. Every time I've been to that city, I enjoy it. And every time I've been to Pittsburgh, I've missed being able to go to a Pirates game by days, by hours. It's just been awful. And I would love to get to PNC Park at some point. I just love the visual, love the way it looks on TV. And looking forward to watching the Mariners there for the next 3 days. Pirates, by the way, have been pretty good. Honestly, one of the better stories in the league. They sit right at 500 heading into today. Bunch of familiar faces, longtime Mariners trade rumor star Brian Reynolds. How many years did we talk about acquiring Brian Reynolds? He is having his best season in forever. He's been really, really good. Leads the team in home runs. Former Rays former Rays second baseman Brandon Lau has 18 home runs. We talked a lot about him this offseason as a potential Mariners trade target. He's been really, really good. No O'Neal Cruz and no Connor Griffin. Both guys are on the 10-day IL, so unlikely to see them. In the meantime, as for the Mariners themselves, I like this from Ryan Rowland-Smith on yesterday with Wyman and Bob talking about Dominic Canzone and maybe foretelling the future a little.
Dom Canzone's starting to rake. Luke Raley was raking as well. I thought it was going to get to the point in the month of June where they were going to get away from potentially this platoon because of what we've seen from Ref Snyder and Connor Joe when he was back here the first time and say, you know what, Raley is going to get more at-bats against lefties. Canzone's showing that he can get lefties also.
Yep.
You know what? Man, that's your lineup. We're not going to platoon as much. There are options. The problem was Luke Raley just all of a sudden fell off a cliff in the month of June for whatever reason, whether it be back or whatever. But he has really struggled. Therefore, you're seeing more of these bats like a Ref Snyder or a Connor Joe. It should be Robles, I get it, in that lineup where, man, you're just like, hey, where's Raley right now, man? We need you to keep this up so you can get that little audition for yourself against lefties and play against lefties and righties, the way Canzone has as well.
Yeah, I would just say I appreciate the thought from Ryan. Luke's obviously been hurt, Luke Raley. Dominic Canzone is young enough and is shown in small samples that he can actually, give it a run against lefties. Same way Cole Young can, J.P. Crawford can. It's not that all lefties can't hit lefties. I think Luke Raley has shown over what is now a fairly substantial career that that's not who he is. Love Luke Raley, love what he does against righties. I don't see him hitting lefties with any particular success rate. I mean, I know what's going to happen. Luke Raley's going to get some at-bats against lefties. He'll come up with one big home run or something, and people are going to go crazy that it hasn't been happening forever, and that's just not the reality of the situation. All right, back to it tonight. George Kirby, Mitch Keller on the mound. Indeed, the Mariners do dodge Paul Skeens as well. Things shaping up pretty well for them in Pittsburgh. Also want to congratulate Logan Gilbert, AL Player of the Week, 18 strikeouts and a 1.35 ERA in 2 starts. Will certainly do that. Congratulations to Logan, who is on a heater right now and will join us a little over an hour from now.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, Action Network. I said this earlier, named Seattle the #1 U.S. host city for the World Cup ahead of all the other, Atlanta and Kansas City and Los Angeles and San Francisco and New York. A couple of other places that are Dallas, I guess, that are hosting World Cup games. Not #1 overall. Vancouver and Toronto were ahead of them, but still #1 in the United States. There were 16 host cities, and they looked at everything. Seattle did really well with convenience and affordability and, not of the tickets, but atmosphere and hotel access, number of hotels. So there were a lot of cool things that Seattle did well. Walkability, the social scene and bars all around the Soto neighborhood, all a big part of that. And as I said, I just think it's nice to see Seattle being featured for something positive for a change. Yesterday, Messi broke an all-time record.
Now Medina, pulled back here, lets it run. Messi! History in Dallas! 40 years to the day since Diego Maradona scored the hand of God. Lionel Messi scores the goal to make him the World Cup's all-time leading scorer.
Wow, we got a hand of God Diego Maradona reference. That was unexpected. Cool, I guess. U.S., so they were playing Turkey, right? And I guess the game doesn't really, the results don't matter much. So Landon Donovan's got quite the plan for them.
In soccer, it's unique in that they played Friday. This next game will be Thursday. The following game, I think, would be the next Wednesday. So Friday to that next Wednesday is what, 11 days?
Yeah, about 11, 12 days.
You're not going to lose in soccer. You're not going to lose rhythm or fitness in 12 days. So they would be fine. If I am Mauricio Pochettino for this game Thursday, I'm playing a completely different 11 players. Okay. I'm resting all of my guys who have played these 2 games because there's no need to play them. You don't want to risk an injury. You don't want to risk someone getting another yellow card and getting suspended or getting a red card and getting suspended. It's just not worth it.
I was ready to make fun of it, but that's actually kind of a compelling argument. I mean, it is hilarious. They play once a week, need to sit out an entire group. And man, how pissed would you be if you paid for like World Cup ticket prices and none of the U.S. players play in it? That would suck. But I don't know. It's actually kind of a compelling point. I'm not sure I can disagree.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
All right, Seahawks officially announced they're going to be doing joint practices in Tennessee August 21st before their preseason game against the Titans that week. Very cool. But just a bummer that it's never here. I would love to see another team come here and experience Seattle, which we've been talking about for the last half hour. And as I said, ESPN legend Linda Cohn will retire Friday after 34 years behind the SportsCenter desk. Love the quote from her. She says, "What I'm most proud of is that my career lasted long enough for me to see little girls grow up watching SportsCenter, enter this business, and succeed in it. If my journey helped make that path a little easier for them, then that's the achievement I'll cherish most." Pretty cool. And she will join us, not next week, but the week after. Looking forward to having Linda on the show. All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. I'll add again, Logan Gilbert at 7:30, Jeff Passan at 8:30, John Forslund at 9:30. So kind of a stacked show this morning, and a couple of rants and raves and everything else along the way in between. Coming up next, Ross Tucker. It's funny, we were supposed to be interviewing Ross Tucker, and he like turned it around on us. Started interviewing us right here on our own show. What's up with that?
Well, you brought up Reek Woolen, and, you know, he's a
Philly guy.
Yeah, Philly guy. He wanted some more information.
Yeah, he started trolling us for information, I would say. Yeah, it's very unfair. He was like a detective. Anyway, it was fun conversation as always with Ross. It's coming up next on Brock and Salk.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rireka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change presents Wisdom from the Road.
Summer means wide open spaces and a whole lot of extra miles. The last place you want your engine to give out is halfway to nowhere. Out here, low oil or a weak battery is just an ambush waiting to happen. That's why every oil change at Valvoline Instant Oil Change includes an 18-point maintenance check. These techs are trained to help spot issues early and keep you riding easy.
Valvoline Instant Oil Change.
Change wisely.
Saving energy simplified. Snohomish PUD's Rebate Center is your one-stop hub for cash back on energy-efficient upgrades, from heat pump water heaters to all-in-one washer-dryer combos. Whether you're planning a project or already made an upgrade in the last 90 days, the Rebate Center helps you check eligibility, submit receipts, and track your rebate status all in one place. Visit snowpud.com/rebates.
Okay, I have to tell you, I was just looking on eBay where I go for all kinds of things I love, and there it was.
That hologram trading card. One of the rarest, the last one I needed for my set. Shiny like the
designer handbag of my dreams. One of a kind. eBay had it, and now everyone's asking, ooh, where'd you get your
windshield wipers? eBay has all the parts that fit my car. No more annoying, just beautiful.
Millions of finds, each with a story. eBay. Things people love.
I'm David Ortiz. When I lost my mom, she was only 46. And I lost my dad to cancer. It was the worst pain I ever felt. It made me think, what will happen with the people I love when my time is up? That's why I have life insurance. Ethos makes it easy. It's all online, take about 10 minutes, and you can get up to $3 million in coverage.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/game. That's ethos.com/game. Paid testimonial. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best? Wise Seattle and Seattle Sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
If you have unfiled taxes or are in debt to the IRS, this is important news. Did you know the IRS has programs specifically designed to help people struggling with tax debt? Powerful tax assistance programs that can save you thousands if you qualify. No one knows these programs better than the experts at Optima Tax Relief, America's most trusted tax resolution firm, A-rated by the Better Business Bureau. Their award-winning tax attorneys and licensed professionals have resolved over $3 billion of tax debt for their clients. compliance. One call to Optima can start the process, helping to put an end to your worries about wage garnishment, asset seizure, and other aggressive IRS actions. Find the best options to solve your tax problems. Call the experts at Optima Tax Relief today for a free consultation.
Call 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460. 800-343-6460.
Optima Tax Relief.
Some restrictions apply. For complete details, please visit OptimaTaxRelief.com.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Brock and Salk's Rewind is presented by Toyota of Kirkland and Toyota of Renton.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, fun way to finish up today, Brock, with our friend Ross Tucker of the Ross Tucker Football Podcast. You can find him on social media at Ross Tucker NFL, and he's kind enough to join us now. Good morning, Ross. How are you?
I am doing fantastic. Great to be on in Seattle. How are you guys doing?
We're good. The weather here is absurd. It's like so nice. I don't know if you saw any of the scene before the soccer game the other day. I mean, it's just like, it's unbelievable here right now. It's just perfect.
Ross Tucker, soccer guy or not soccer guy?
Well, I mean, I was on the under 8, under 10, and under 12 A team.
Okay.
You know, back in the day. No big deal. Right. Back when, if you were the biggest, strongest, and could kick the ball the furthest, yes, and had some athleticism, and you were the best.
Yeah.
And I think I switched over to football at exactly the right time when I was 12, and none of that stuff was going to work anymore.
Mm-hmm.
I think that worked out. Tell me, by the way, because obviously, I'm assuming there's a decent amount of people that experience both. Lucky people. I'm fascinated by the dynamic between the U.S. home World Cup soccer game versus the Seahawks NFC Championship game, atmosphere-wise.
Yeah, well, you were on the sidelines. I think we had you on, and man, did we enjoy talking to you and your firsthand eyewitness testimony to Reek Woolen losing his ever-loving mind and Mike McDonald that followed. So, we all enjoyed that, Ross. Different crowd, obviously, but we were talking earlier, man. When there is an event in this market, and it doesn't matter what it is, when there is an event, this is an event town, it ramps up from great to elite. I mean, you were in that building. How many other places were like Lumen Field in that NFC title game on the sidelines that you've experienced in your life?
Not many. It was awesome. Everything about it. I'm a big Seattle fan. Can't remember the restaurants we went to the night before, the night after the game. It was awesome. By the way, you guys will appreciate this. Guess who is the star of Eagles spring OTAs and minicamp?
Oh, we've seen some.
Is it Reek Woolen?
We've seen some clips.
All right. So what happened there? I mean, he was Pro Bowler, almost Defensive Rookie of the Year, and then it seemed like every year after that, it slowly went the wrong way. And I guess that I feel like is really unique. I mean, Brock, you played, I played. It's super hard to be really good as a rookie, like really hard. But usually, if you are, guys get better. You know, then it's like, okay, the next year they could do this and that. And I went to the Eagles minicamp. I mean, you know, not that I didn't know this already, but there are no other corners that look like him. I mean, they don't exist. And I'm fascinated by what happened there because it seemed like he more or less got beat out by Josh Jobe, who was an undrafted guy with the Eagles a few years ago that the Eagles let go.
Yeah.
And now they're like, this is like the movie Trading Places.
Somehow here, speaking of which, the Brock and Salk Show has turned into the Ross Tucker NFL football podcast. Like we're taking questions from Ross and having to explain to him. Easy answer, I think, on that one is, and this is just what we were told, was that he may have, quote, eaten the big meal after year one. Maybe believed a little too much of his own hype and that he didn't need to continue to work at it the same way. And then when Mike got here, I just don't know that they're a fit. He also just didn't want to be physical on the outside. I mean, his freakishness as an athlete is pretty evident. But if you don't want to tackle and you don't want to set an edge and you don't want to do some of the things that they're going to ask a corner to do, and you can't seem to keep your head in the game at key moments, I don't care how good you look at minicamp. Like, it's not going to work, as you saw in a huge spot in the NFC Championship game.
Yeah, and I'd add two last little things to that, Ross. He's one of these guys. Hasselback was on with us last Thursday, and you know this from your time in the league, too. How many guys in March, April, May, oh my gosh, without pads, look incredible, and he should. I mean, that should be the place where he, in all of his length and speed and all of it is off the charts. That's one. And then number two, and I know you took the ACT to get into Princeton, Mike has these ACT practices, accountability, communication, technique, and it's walkthrough, and you have to be on it, every last detail. And there was just not that commitment there like there was from Josh Jobe and Devin Witherspoon and Nicky Manwari and Julian Love and the rest of the guys that tried to speak into him about that, but I don't think it ever fully grasped.
Gosh, well, that's good to know. And what you I mean, obviously you guys just won the Super Bowl, but I'm such a big fan of Mike McDonald.
Yep.
Just talking with him before games when he was the Ravens DC, and then to hear about the accountability practices, the way he goes about it, just what a find by the organization.
Let's land there. Let's land there.
That was actually one of the questions I had on my list here for you. How many coaches in the league right now could you say are clearly better than Mike McDonald? Like, where would he rank?
So that's always a fascinating conversation, because the sample size is so small. And so then people are always going to want to lean towards the guys with longer track records. You know, so people are going to say, okay, the number one guy is, you know, whether it's McVay or Andy Reid or whoever. And I think those guys are there. I would just say, based on what he did with the Ravens defensively and then what he's done the last couple years, I even like the conviction that he showed with firing Grubb, the OC, after the first year, bringing in Kubiak. I like the fact that he did not promote from within after Kubiak left. The Eagles tried that after both of their last two Super Bowl appearances. They lost their OCs, Shane Steichen and Kellen Moore, to head jobs. They promoted from within, and it went very poorly both times, very poorly. Meanwhile, when they brought someone in from the outside, and Kellen Moore, they won the Super Bowl pretty easily. So he's got a rare combination of not only the acumen, but his instincts, like to hire the tight end coach from the Niners. You know, who does that? Evidently, Mike McDonald does that. So for me, he would be a top 5 guy. And I got to go by, I know it's only been a couple of years, but that's all I have to go on.
Well, can I frame it this way, Ross? Can I frame it this way a little bit? Because you're in these buildings and through these organizations, and you know, and lots of the coaches and GMs. Can I just frame it with these optics? 31 other GMs and organizations, if they had to hire their coach right now, their coach of the future right now, where would Mike McDonald fall on that hiring wish list?
So what's so interesting about that question is he would not be top 2 or 3. There there are always going to be teams that are hesitant because it's a defensive-minded guy. And the belief is if you have success offensively like they had with Kubiak, you're going to lose him to a head coaching job, which is exactly what happened. And now you bring in a new OC, and there's a very real chance, no matter how much they like this guy, that it doesn't go well. And you're kind of back to the drawing board. And we're going to learn a lot about Mike McDonald this year based on how well things go in general, but in particular with Brian Fleury and the offensive side of the ball. I think every owner, if they could, would take McVay. And then I think after that, you're talking Shanahan. Now, he hasn't been able to ultimately get it done, but you're talking Shanahan. The interesting thing is, a year ago, one of the 5 guys that owners would have said would have been Kevin O'Connell from Minnesota. And maybe for some of them it still is. The flip side to that is, if they don't win a playoff game this year, there's only been like 2 coaches ever that have returned for a 6th season with a franchise without a playoff victory. So despite the fact everybody loves Kevin O'Connell as much as they do, and I think the Wilfs and the Vikings do, that's tough. I mean, that's tough to say, okay, we're going into year 6 now, and we're bringing back the head coach again, even though we've recycled through GMs and he hasn't won a playoff game.
But he's such a star quarterback developer and all. Yeah, he should have kept Sam Darnold.
You know what's amazing too, Ross?
And
Ross, you give great guests. We always appreciate it, man. We love when you come on. It was a blast for me to jump on your podcast and hear from friends and coaches and other people some of the reaction to that. So thanks for having me on that. But what I love about great guests is they just kind of spark your mind, right? And take you from, you don't even look at a list of questions. You just kind of responding and going back and forth. And you're right. You're totally right on a national level. Everybody would say Mike McDonald's a defensive-minded coach. But for Salk and I in this market, talking to Mike every Monday, watching every game, watching every decision, watching the clock management, he wouldn't take umbrage to that because he's a play caller defensively. He gets it. But you know what he is? He's a total team-minded head coach in all 3 phases, in ways that are fairly remarkable. Because offensive guys that I've spent my life around, they didn't even know the names of some of the defensive players, college and pro, on their team. I think Mike would say, hey, I get it, Ross, and I'm not going to tell you what to say, but I'm not a defensive-minded coach. I'm a team-minded coach.
I love that. There's so many interesting aspects of it. You know, if I walk down the street right now and ask people who the Seahawks head coach was here in Pennsylvania, most people wouldn't know it. It's sort of a nondescript name. What I have called him, and I understand about team-minded, but if you look at what they do schematically and some of the truly unique things that they do on that side of the ball, and I might have said this to you guys before, I call him the defensive McVay. I call him the McVay of the defense because I really think, like with what he did with Eamon Worry, I really think that he is dictating the offenses more than they are dictating to him. The interesting aspect is how much success the Rams had against him. It didn't feel like anybody else other than the Rams was able to have that success, which is why that could set up to be a phenomenal game again and would be incredible. I think most owners are offensive-minded, and also the concern I mentioned earlier about cycling through OCs as they get jobs. But, on some level, isn't it good in life to zig a little bit when everybody else zags? I mean, if every single team is trying to get the next McVay or just trying to pluck from the McVay-Shanahan tree, and I get it. I mean, the Eagles wanted that for their new OC and Mannion, and Jim Harbaugh brought out McDaniel out there, and I understand. At some point, though, if everybody's running that offense, is it really going to be
not just that
special or creative?
And you've
unique?
got like the 8th person on the depth chart running the offense. Not only do I think you're right, I don't even think you're saying it loudly enough. When you were talking earlier about the offense-defense thing, I almost jumped in to say, in baseball, though, they would call that an opportunity. They would just call that an opportunity for value. And really, that's what it should be. Yes, these teams, these owners are all followers. They're all weak. They're all scared of making a mistake and going in another direction. And it's why every year they hire the best or offensive or defensive coordinator from a Super Bowl team who may or may not be good at being a head coach instead of looking for a head coach. It's remarkable how expensive how much they pay and how little homework they seem to do on the guys they hire.
Right. And Mike LaFleur, the new Arizona Cardinals head coach, maybe he's fantastic, right? Maybe he's just going to be an awesome coach. But he wasn't calling the plays for the Rams with McVay. And I know Kevin O'Connell came from there and had some success, but I don't know. I guess I feel like on some level, you're like, what are you going off of then? You're just that he's in the meetings with McVay? Because then it's like we're back to when they would just take all the Patriots coaches because they were there with Belichick. I can speak to this a little bit. I think Belichick's a really, really, really good coach. I think he benefited tremendously by Tom Brady being his quarterback. And you know who Matt Patricia and Charlie Weiss and Romeo Crennel and Josh McDaniels and all these guys, Joe Judge, who they couldn't bring with them? They couldn't bring Tom Brady. And that's a big, big part of it. And so I get it that these guys are in the meeting room with McVay. It didn't really work. I mean, I guess it worked a little bit with Bill O'Brien in Houston, but it didn't really work. I think the odds are with a lot of these, McVay, Shanahan tree guys, it's not going to be the same.
I bet you wouldn't have said that to Bill while you were playing there.
Definitely not. By the way, just like everything about it is fascinating. Like 100% negative reinforcement.
Yeah.
Yes.
The first thing you do every day is look at the 5 worst plays from the day. I mean, it's just like I'm convinced. I saw him recently. A couple weeks ago, I ran into Brady somewhere, and I was telling the people I was with, I'm like, listen, you didn't want to let him down. And Brady is such a psycho and cared so much and was so all in that my perception of the quote unquote Patriot way in my year and a half till Bill traded me to Cleveland is that the real Patriot way was people not wanting to let Tom Brady down because of his level of commitment and his care factor, as opposed to Belichick's negative reinforcement of, being on the low light video the next day.
Yeah, well, I think you're going to see on Hard Knocks which side of the pendulum Mike Macdonald and this staff falls on that. And I think it's going to be pretty far away from the negative side of things. What are you looking forward to, if anything, that you can learn from watching this program? Where, let's face it, Ross, John Schneider initially very apprehensive about the cameras being around and inside our building and the way we do everything. I think it's kind of grown on them as the cameras were out for OTAs and minicamp and everything else. What do you expect to see, learn, and hear from watching Hard Knocks?
Well, so that's the thing. He replaced the most rah-rah, positive, high-energy guy that I think any of us have been around. And I know that McDonald's not Belichick, but I don't think he's quite Pete either, right? No. I mean, look, nobody I'm not around him. You guys are around him.
Well, nobody's Pete.
I don't think right. I don't think it's all like rainbows and sunshine either, And I think, part of what they've done with Rick Woolen and moving on from him, and there's other examples, moving on from Grubb where, McDonald, it might be positive, but he's about that business. He's about getting it done. So I'm actually anxious, and you guys deal with this all the time because for whatever reason, Seattle doesn't seem to get the attention. Like this offseason, the Seahawks are like the third most talked about team in their own division. Yep. They won the Super Bowl. They won the Super Bowl. They might not even be the third. People may be more fascinated by whatever the heck the Arizona Cardinals are doing. But it's definitely Rams 1 and Niners 2. I'm just glad for some of the guys in Seattle, including McDonald, to get the shine that they deserve, to get the conversation. Even Smith and Jigba isn't the star he should be. And I know he won the award and they spelled his name wrong and all the other stuff that went on with that. But I'm glad Seattle's doing it because I want people to realize just how impressive so many of their guys are that don't get the love they deserve. Like Byron Murphy, watching him on tape, I have no idea how he bends and contorts his body like that against some of those double teams. But like he and Leonard Williams are out there stealing souls. I love what they were telling me about DeMarcus Lawrence. The Seahawks have a culture that's changed a little bit since Pete was there, it seems like. And I don't know, maybe Schneider is a big part of it, but I just really dig the vibe of that organization.
At Russ Tucker NFL, and that's where you find him on social, Russ Tucker Podcast, football podcast. And so what you're saying basically is they should be a front page story, Russ? The Seahawks should be a front page and not back page.
You guys always let me plug myfrontpagestory.com, but if Father's Day was yesterday, so everybody listening, basically you probably blew it. You probably
but is there a discount the day after? Do we get a day after discount? Like the next story?
Belated Father's Day, 20% off or something?
You know what? There's actually, by the way, it's funny because I can speak to this because you know it's my company.
Yes.
It's unbelievable how much less people care about Father's Day than Mother's Day.
No kidding.
They're not even in the same. Like Mother's Day is the national championship.
Yes.
Mother's Day is the national championship, and Father's Day is the Section 7, District 2. Anyway, the point is, I know a lot of you have anniversaries coming up, birthdays. Go to myfrontpagestory.com.
There we go.
It's the type of thing that Brock would get for his family members, his wife, the type of thing that Salk would never do.
No.
You know what I mean? So that's all you guys need to know. The type of thing that Salk would never get done. But thoughtful Brock. I mean, I have Brock on my show. Yeah. He resigns from a huge job to coach his family. And Salk replies, "Is it really that impressive, though? Maybe just a little bit impressive."
Well, now you get the vibe of the show.
That's my boy, Ross. That's my guy.
We got to run.
He zigs when others zag.
Absolutely.
He is my guy.
Zigging, zagging right off the air one day. Yes. People finally get rid of me. Ross, thanks as always, man. Always good to catch up with you.
Good, man. Thank you, buddy.
All right. See you guys.
It just felt like a little extra Brock glorification. I mean, it was impressive, but I don't know. He wanted to be around his kid. Like, who doesn't want to be around their kid? I want to be around my kid. I just can't afford to do it. Nah, I'm just kidding. What Brock did is amazing. We talked about it.
There are a lot of people that don't want to be around their kids.
That's also a good point. There was a time where I didn't want to be around my kids when they were little. Gosh, now I'm spending I had to drive down to the airport yesterday to pick up Cecily, and then her plane was late, so we weren't going to make it to the thing. I got to drive back to the airport with her. So I have to go back to the airport today to get her bag because we had to just leave it there in order to get to where she needed to be. It's okay to make her come with me, right? I don't want to go do that by myself. She's like, "Oh, I don't want to go." I was like, "Yeah, tough."
And she's coming back earlier than the rest of your family for hockey?
Hockey. She had hockey last night. Yeah. It's okay to make her come with me, right? She's like, "Oh, well, I want to, just hang out." I was like, "No, you have to come with me. I'm not driving down to get your bag by myself."
Seems fair.
Then you can, drop her, do a lap, make her go get the bag.
I don't think I can because she's got to, show ID and all this other stuff. She's not old enough to do that, I think is what I would say. She's only 12. I don't think she can go in and do that. I appreciate the idea behind it, Ian, but there's a lot of things she can do by herself, but that might not be one of them. I just don't know she doesn't have an ID, so I don't know how she can, show that it's her bag. I guess, I don't know. That's a good question because I would love to do that. Save me $8.
Passport?
She does have a passport.
How'd she travel in the first place?
That's a good question. I don't know. I don't know how that worked. I wasn't there on the front end. No, with Alaska, you got a good pack. The minor, unaccompanied minor thing. You just need your own ID at the beginning. So she doesn't need a license, thankfully, because she's only 12. All right. You know what, Maury, you sent over more stuff to make me mad last night. What's with this?
What?
Why do you keep sending over stuff to make me mad? Maybe it's not you. Maybe it's just that people keep saying things to make me mad.
Well, we need to be aware of how people are viewing the division. NFC West.
There is a narrative afoot that we need to combat. It's next on Brock and Salk.
The Mariners, battered and bruised, avoided a Red Sox sweep.
Canzone goes to a dive. He makes the grab. He picks himself up. He fires the ball to second. It's a double play.
Now, it's back on the road with the first of 3 against the Pirates in Pittsburgh this afternoon. First pitch at 3:40, 2:30 pregame.
6th strikeout for Logan Gilbert on his game today.
Hear every pitch of every game on the free Seattle Sports app.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
People want to do business with someone they can trust, not be a car salesman. Then they feel more comfortable with you, and the experience is better on both sides.
Lee Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
I had a young woman who was on a new SUV, and she had attachments to her old car because it was her first car. And she was very fiscally responsible. It was almost making her sick. The best path at that point was to let's stop for the night and you go home and take a breath. She came back in the morning and bought the car. She was way happier.
The LJ way is the Lee Johnson Auto Family.
Emerald Queen Casino Event Center presents the main event, powered by WFC, Saturday night, August 8th. A night of professional boxing, where champions are made and every punch counts. Contenders from the region go toe-to-toe, ready to prove they belong at the top. Tickets at emeraldqueen.com. Don't miss Fight Night, August 8th at Emerald Queen Casino. Always entertaining. 21 and older, need gambling help? Call 800-547-6133 or visit emeraldqueen.com.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
This might be the most surprising statistic I've shared in decades of doing local news. More than 75% of commuters will be involved in a car accident at some point. JP Pendergast of Pendergast Law with more.
What makes it more surprising? The average person will be involved in 3 to 4 collisions in their lifetime.
With accidents unbelievably prevalent, what are some safety tips if it happens to you?
Safety first. Secondary collisions are not uncommon while awaiting help. Turn on those hazards and remain in a safe place. If a bystander witnessed the accident, capture their information and encourage them to remain at the scene. Seek medical attention immediately if needed, as delaying can be a costly mistake. Lastly, remember that statements made to police and insurance adjusters can affect your case.
Collisions are more common than we'd like to think. If you find yourself in one, follow these helpful tips and then call my friends at Pendergast Law.
If you or a loved one's injured in a car accident, call Pendergast Law. We can help.
PendergastLaw.com.
This Father's Day, put the focus on Dad's happy place, his garage. Shop more ways to organize, more ways to build, and more ways to spend time together. With low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him a rolling toolbox or a wall-mounted organizer to keep it all in place. Or save on power tools like the Ryobi 2-tool driver drill combo kit for just $99. Make Father's Day about building something together with a little help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
Rich Eisen here with some advice. If high-interest credit card debt is grinding you down, it might be time to call an Audible with a SoFi personal loan. It consolidates your debt into one low monthly payment with no fees required. And with as soon as the same-day funding, you can make the right play fast. Call an Audible on your debt today at SoFi.com/debtplay. Loans originated by SoFi Bank N.A. Member FDIC. Terms and conditions apply. NMLS 696891. Fast funds terms apply at SoFi.com/debtplay.
Let's go! This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour of the Brock and Salk Show is powered by Star Rentals, preferred supplier to the West's best contractors.
Get me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
I don't read the internet, guys.
Take the bull by the hands.
And Brooke, you are. And Brooke, you are.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
You want to help me, Brock? You want to help me combat this stupid like this narrative's getting to me. I've
help me, help you.
You want to help me a little bit? I can't believe we're still dealing with this.
Help you, Saul. I had a helper yesterday. I had a helper cleansing agent. I don't know what it was. I must have had some cocktail of some Advil for my turf toe with cold medicine, and it just cleansed me. Okay. I mean, bad.
Stop. Like, why? What? Stop.
What?
Nobody wants to hear about that.
Sure they do.
No, they don't.
That's the good stuff.
No, it really is not. Let me strongly disagree with you.
It's the good stuff.
Yeah, no. For anyone who's still listening, This gets to me, man. I'm done. Okay. I'm done with it. I'm done with the Rams glorification.
Oh, I thought you were done with Amai, the pitcher for Houston.
No. I
thought you were watching the Astros and no Mariners. I thought we were down that road again.
That guy's tough watch. No, I'm done with this glorification of the Rams. You know what they've done? Nothing. They haven't done squat. I'm done with it. I heard Morrison over a bunch of these cuts yesterday.
Salk, they have the MVP.
Yeah, whatever.
Matthew Stafford was the MVP, Salk.
Yeah, I don't care.
Don't say they've not
Isn't
done
he also
anything.
like 60?
Like they were 2-point conversion away from winning the Super Bowl.
It drives me crazy. Some of the glorification for off-season work like this. Like, how many times have we seen this story?
Off-season work? They canceled minicamp. What are you talking about?
I know. Well, they're so good, and they have so many new players that they don't need it.
Yeah.
I mean, it's madness. If it wasn't Sean McVay, be getting killed. If the Jets did this, people would be like, what, are you kidding me? But it's Sean McVay, so everyone's like, yeah, I'm sure he knows what he's doing. Look, when has this ever worked? Can somebody come up with a team that was created from scratch in an offseason like this and then it worked where they're like, oh, they loaded up and then it worked? It never works. It never works. Ever.
You sure?
No. But I can't come up with an answer. That's what I said. If somebody could think of one, let me know. Am I sure?
Well, I think they would say down in Inglewood, I think they would say at SoFi Stadium, hey, man, we did this before. We added Matthew Stafford to a good team.
Mm-hmm.
Right? We made a pretty bold move and traded Jared Goff and got back Matt Stafford. And what did we do? We won the whole doggone thing.
Yeah, that's also like one of the weakest Super Bowl wins of all time. That team sucked. They weren't that good. They weren't. I remember watching the whole thing. They're like a dropped interception away from not even making the Super Bowl.
Who did they play in the Super Bowl? That was your upside down world. That was the year, Salk, where everything in the world was wrong.
I remember that. Yeah.
That was the Cincinnati Bengals.
Oh, they played the Bengals. That doesn't even count. You get a Super Bowl win over the worst franchise in sports. Like, that doesn't even count. And yet, I got to listen.
Justin went to that, remember?
Yeah, I know. Seriously. It was really sweet when Justin went, but it was, they were the Bengals. The Bengals were going to win a Super Bowl.
Took the Bengals, and, Ken Anderson had that sweet stash in the 80s. They went to a Super Bowl.
There was no way the Bengals were going to win a Super Bowl. So, the Rams were sort of gifted the whole thing. Anyway, here's Andrew Hawkins on NFL Live. They're having a debate as to essentially, who you have more confidence in, the Seahawks and Rams, or Rams.
I have more confidence this year than I had in them last year, but less confidence than I do in the Rams this year to be the NFC's top contender. And that has nothing to do with whether or not the Seattle Seahawks are greatly positioned. It's just the Rams are that good, and that is their biggest threat to getting back to the same top of the mountain that they were a year ago. The second biggest threat is Clint Kubiak's departure to the Las Vegas Raiders. Now, I think Sam Darnold's status within this offense is probably a little bit understated, but at the same time, there are going to be growing pains. There are going to be evolutions that need to take place to this offense for them to get used to. It's very similar to when Ben Johnson left the Detroit Lions and they were kind of left sputtering that year. Now, again, I don't think that same thing happens here, but with Brian Fleury coming in as the OC, there's going to be growing pains, and that question will have to be answered.
All right, so what the heck? Why do the Seahawks have growing pains with their new addition, but the Rams don't? So all the Rams' new additions and all the coaches that they lose every year and all the guys they got and to load up for big off season, none of that takes an adjustment period with growing pains, but the Seahawks one move does? Mm-hmm. That feels a little rich, man. That feels a little one-sided. Mm-hmm. I'm not buying that.
Well, Sean McVay calls the play, Salk, right? He is.
That's the only thing that matters is play calling.
Commander. Yeah,
offensive play calling.
That's it.
I think Mike McDonald's still calling the plays here, right? Defensively,
I believe so.
How much of the game do you spend on defense? Is it less than the amount of the game you spend on offense? Just in a game, if two teams play, is more time. But if you add up the time of possession for the two teams, do you get more of the game on offense than defense? Just curious.
Yeah.
You get 40 minute, so if there's 60 minutes in a game, we'll take special teams out of it for now. I just want to make sure I have the math right. So two teams play, that would be 120 minutes total, right? That a team could have the ball.
Mm-hmm. Oh, a team could have the ball for 60 minutes.
Right, but out of a total 120.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm. So one team, so combined offense is 150 of those minutes, right? And defense is only 10?
Yes.
Oh, wait, it's even.
Yeah.
Oh, yeah, it's even. But it's
one
offense.
Side plays offense and one side plays
So
defense.
they're on at the same time, so it's got to be the same.
Yeah.
But the offensive play caller, defense doesn't matter.
That doesn't matter.
Okay, good. I'm just glad we're clear on it.
Except for the Rams, because they added the defensive player of the year. They added McDuffie. They added the corner.
Oh, so defensive players matter.
They loaded up.
Only offensive coordinators.
They loaded up.
On defense.
So they are the dream team.
Right.
Why won't you get this through your thick skull? Seriously.
Yeah, this one's gonna bother me for a while. Partly because we've seen this movie before with these dream teams in the offseason, and it generally doesn't work.
Mm-hmm.
Secondly, because the Rams are a bunch of whiners. I'll get to that here in just a sec. And then third, because as good as the Myles Garrett trade is, I really think that every time I hear or read that they've added Myles Garrett, that's just not true. They didn't add Myles Garrett. If Myles Garrett had been a free agent or they had traded draft picks alone for Myles Garrett, you could argue, they added Myles Garrett to what they did last year. But that's not what happened. They traded arguably their best defensive player for a better defensive player. I'm not knocking the deal. It's a great move for them. But let's quit pretending that they just acquired Myles Garrett for free or for draft picks. They gave up Jared Verse, who was one of, if not their best defensive player a year ago. What are we talking about? That's an upgrade, sure. Okay, I'll give them credit for getting a little better on the edge. But stop pretending they now have both guys at the same time. It's not true.
Who was whining?
The Rams. They're constantly whining about about the 2-point conversion still. Here's Schefter.
Before I get to that, I just want to say that Zach Charbonnet play that we talked about, I think that set up the entire Rams offseason because I don't know that they would have gone out and traded for Myles Garrett if they had gone out and won the Super Bowl last year. Maybe.
Why would they have won the Super Bowl if that play didn't happen? That play took place in the regular freaking season.
You know what else happened on that?
What are we talking about?
Whoa.
What are we talking about?
Whoa.
I didn't say anything.
Ian dump you.
I was going to say, what the freaking, what are we talking about?
What the Gaylord Fokker?
How in the world can that be your take? Well, if that play hadn't happened, then they win the Super Bowl and don't trade for Myles Garrett.
I'm seriously trying to remember. Was that the last play of the game?
No.
Was that 2-point conversion the last 2-point conversion of the game?
And second of all, it was a regular season game that they had every opportunity to avenge. Yes, sadly for the Rams, it was on the road. Oh, no team's ever gone on the road and won a playoff game. How is this possible? Are we taking crazy pills? This can't be the narrative. This can't be real. This can't be real. The way these narratives get started, and then there's nothing you can do about it. Like, they just go on forever.
Mm-hmm.
Just ridiculous.
Before I get to that, I just want to say that Zach Charbonnet play that we talked about, I think that set up the entire Rams offseason because I don't know that they would have gone out and traded for Myles Garrett if they had gone out and won the Super Bowl last year. Maybe so, but that Zach Charbonnet play may have been the key.
What? It was a key play in one regular season game.
To trading for Trent McDuffie, for trading for Myles Garrett, and now potentially bringing back Aaron Donald.
All right, now, all that being said, take everything I said for the last 9 minutes.
Mm-hmm.
If they get Aaron Donald back, that'll scare me a little bit. Like that will, and they're going to. You know they are. Are you ready to come to the dark side here with me on the air? Really? Nope. You still don't think it's going to happen?
Nope. I got a good Blue 88 for you, too, on it.
Wow.
Nope.
All right, well, that'd be great because Jeremy Fowler.
First of all, there's some people in league circles that are a little nervous about this Aaron Donald situation, considering what the Rams already have.
Yeah, that makes me a little nervous. So, all right, we'll get to that. Brock, if you can make me feel better in Blue 88, then I'll continue doing this rant forever. Like, the Zach Charbonnet play.
I'm trying to I'm not playing dumb here. I did for 8 minutes. That was after the Shaheed punt return, correct?
I think so.
There was so much more ball after that.
I'll go figure out the exact time of game here during the break. We'll come back, give you guys everything you need to know. I just said, let's create some other cool narrative where, like, we get paid at the end of it or something. Like, once these narratives take hold, there's, like, nothing you can do about them. Totally remarkable. We'll be right back on Brock and Salk.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle Sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
Well, I got 3 questions for you on this Tuesday morning, the 23rd of June, and try to answer them as honestly as you can. Number 1, do you 100% know you got the right insurance coverage to protect all your needs? Number 2, are you paying the lowest monthly possible price each and every single month? And number 3, should you need that insurance, can you pick up the phone and actually talk to a real person? Well, when Molly and I tried to answer those questions, we call it the First Mark Insurance Challenge, we failed, and it was pretty eye-opening, undercovered, and overpaying. So, yeah, we took that challenge, and it has saved us significant money each and every year and could do the same for you. They go to work for you, not the insurance carriers, to get you the best coverage at the lowest price, and they give you real customer support. Real person customer support. They've helped tens of thousands of Washington families manage the world of insurance and save them a ton of dough, and they can do the same for your local business as well. Be the next First Mark victory. Take the challenge. Answer those questions honestly, and did I tell you it's totally free? Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com. It's all right there. First Mark Insurance. They win for you.
At Uline, they know going the extra mile takes hard work. For companies pushing to go further, Uline will go the distance with you. 24/7, they answer the phone to get you the shipping and industrial supplies you need. Business can move fast. Unexpected large orders, adverse weather, new safety guidelines, and changing economic trends. Uline works hard keeping 41,000 items ready to ship, minimizing detours on your way to the extra mile. Visit uline.com.
Underestimating the trucking industry is one of the biggest mistakes I see victims and other lawyers make. Trucking companies have an army of lawyers and experts who act quickly after an accident to protect the company. Only an experienced trucking accident lawyer can navigate the complicated federal and state laws to protect your rights. If you or a loved one has been injured in a trucking accident, call Davis Law Group today for a free consultation or get my free book on trucking accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
This Father's Day, do more with Dad and spend less with low prices guaranteed at the Home Depot. Get him fired up with a new grill and accessories, like the Next Grill 5-burner for just $299, so you can spend more time together while he becomes the grill master he was always meant to be. Or build memories with savings on top brand power tools so you can tackle projects side by side. Gift more and do more together this Father's Day with help from the Home Depot. Exclusions apply. See HomeDepot.com/price match for details.
In the military, the mission was clear. You knew what to do. Now, the mission has changed. Stepping into civilian life isn't about finding a job. It's finding your purpose.
I wanted a career that would leverage the skills and discipline I gained in the military. IT just felt right.
My Computer Career offers class schedules that fit into your life and skills in high demand. Put your VA benefits to work. Visit mycomputercareer.edu/CWP to jumpstart your IT career today. An elite CompTIA certification partner. Financial aid is available to those who qualify, including VA benefits.
Summer savings are in full swing at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Lease a brand new Corolla from just $299 a month, a Corolla Cross from $289 a month, or a Camry for $329, all 36 months, all available now. Come visit their wonderful teams and take a test drive. Whether in the north or the south, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through June 30th, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Do Crohn's disease or ulcerative colitis symptoms keep coming back? Tremfya, guselkumab, may help, with rapid remission achieved at 12 weeks and lasting clinical remission at 1 year. Some even saw visible improvement of their intestinal lining at 12 weeks and 1 year. Tremfya is a prescription medicine used to treat adults with moderately to severely active Crohn's disease and adults with moderately to severely active ulcerative colitis. Serious allergic reactions and increased risk of infections and liver problems may occur. Before treatment, your doctor should check you for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor if you have an infection, flu-like symptoms, or if you need a vaccine. Healing is possible with Tremfya. Approximately 3 out of 10 patients were in endoscopic remission at 1 year, based on areas visualized on colonoscopy, which may not represent the deeper bowel layer or entire GI tract. Individual results may vary. Ask your doctor about Tremfya today. Call 1-800-526-7736 to learn more or visit tremfyaradio.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Mariners will get back to it tonight on, they're back east, Brock, in Pittsburgh. Truly one of the more beautiful settings in baseball. Love that ballpark and the way it looks on TV. Never had a chance to get there as much as I'd like to. Pirates have been a pretty good story this year. They're right at 500, familiar faces. How many times have we talked about Brian Reynolds as a potential Mariner trade acquisition over the years? He is having his best year in forever at age 31. He's really been good. It's like already a 3.5 win player, something like that, throughout the first half of the season. He's been awesome. Leads the team in RBI, and former Rays second baseman Brandon Lau, another guy we talked about this offseason. He's got 18 home runs, so they're playing well. We're going to not see Connor Skeens, Griffin, or Cruz. All three guys.
Oh, interesting.
Yeah, Connor Griffin and O'Neal Cruz are both on the IL, and Skeens is not going to pitch in this series.
How many lefties in the bullpen?
I don't know about in the bullpen.
Okay.
None in the rotation. Okay. So there's that. Meanwhile, Logan Gilbert named AL Player of the Week, Brock. 18 strikeouts and a 1.35 ERA in 2 starts. That's the kind of thing that'll get you on Brock and Salk at 7:30 this morning.
I think so. I think we will check in and see how Pittsburgh is. An off day yesterday. It is kind of weird, right? You go through all the rhythm of baseball, all these games, 10 games in 10 days, and you just kind of get used to seeing them every day. And then when they're not there, like yesterday, you're just kind of a little void. Yes. But it was filled by the World Cup, I know, for you and for me and for many, many others. Got to tune in last night and watch it. Rain delay.
Huh?
A big rain delay.
How can you tell the difference? What happened? Does more happen in the rain delay or when they're actually playing?
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Thanks for the setup there, buddy. That was a nice little alley-oop you tossed me. Action Network naming Seattle the #1 U.S. host city for the World Cup, Brock. #1 in the U.S., 3rd overall in North America behind Vancouver and Toronto. I just thought it was really cool, and I was saying before you came on at 6, I know there's this popular narrative out there about Seattle dying and this and that. I don't know how you watch this stuff and say that that's true. It's just not. I mean, I just believe that most of the people who say that don't live in Seattle. They might live near Seattle, but I don't think they come into Seattle very often. As somebody who lives in Seattle, I don't feel that way even a little. And, I feel like you're getting to see the city and the pride of the city, or at the very least, the other side of that conversation on display over the last couple of weeks.
Yeah, I think that's probably the fairest point of all of that. That, yeah, when there are events and when there are things to come together, this place can come together. There's just no question about that. And I was a little surprised looking at some of the TV ratings. What do you think the #1 most watched TV market in America is for the World Cup? At least I saw this through the first group set of games the first week.
Dallas.
Kansas City. Kansas City, Missouri.
Really?
Yeah, a little surprised with that.
That is crazy.
Yes.
They got that Sporting Kansas City or whatever they're called.
They sure
there.
do.
Sporting KC. Messi broke the all-time World Cup goals record yesterday, Brock. Did you know that?
I did.
My
he had a hat trick in the first one. He had 2 in this one.
He had both their goals in this one?
Yeah, he's in fuego.
Wow. My neighbor is from Argentina, and I could hear screaming in his house.
Could you really?
Yeah, I was walking out the door to go golfing, and I heard legitimate, oh my God, he did it. I was like, whoa. I didn't know what was happening, but I was pretty blown away. Yeah, he was very excited.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
Seahawks announced their joint practices in Tennessee, Brock, August 21st. Preseason game against the Titans that week. Still a little bummed that we're not going to get a game here. I just think that would have been cool or a joint practice here after a couple of years.
Yeah,
but
I just think, infrastructure-wise, impossible. Right, you know the challenge, even when you're down there for the draft, for OTAs, the parking, the infrastructure that takes to bring a whole another 100 guys in. Yeah,
because I would love an opportunity to see it. But it sounds like it's a really good thing for the team. Nick Eamon pointed to it as one of the defining moments last year. This was on the Pivot podcast.
We were at the joint practice with Green Bay when y'all got the throwing. The 2 things I remember from that practice was nobody could cover JSN. I was like, he gonna catch every football. And I remember looking at y'all on defense, and I was like, they ready.
Yeah, the brotherhood is definitely real. Going back to the Packers joint practice, I remember that practice vividly. That moment, that's where the start of everything kind of was for me. When I started observing, the vets, I'm just a young rookie just looking and observing, and we had a little brawl, but even then after the brawl, we was all together. Even in the NFC game, me and Reek, that was just pure emotion and just passion for my brother. Even if I was doing it, I'll expect him to do the same thing to me because we were super tight. Even then, right when we got back to the bench, we had that, and then we dapped up and hugged it out, and we was like, hey, bro, we got to go win this game. I remember, the defensive meetings, watching film together, the meeting room is live. We in there laughing, we playing music, we rapping to the songs, we shadow boxing. The coach has been saying it, the players been saying it, the vets who played in the league 11 years, they've been saying, this is the closest team they ever seen.
Yeah, and all that started at the joint practice, so pretty cool.
Yeah, it is kind of remarkable just listening to that. Gosh, year 1 to year 2. And just the incredible turn. And I know you're having some fun in LA, and it's more of the narrative than it is their team necessarily. Just look at the additions the Seahawks made and what a significant bounce that gave them. I mean, it's an entirely different team, an entirely different offensive staff, right? DeMarcus Lawrence and Cooper Kupp coming in, Ernest and having a whole offseason along with Nicky Mamori. Yeah, that was an important tentpole for those guys.
Absolutely.
Right? For that team, for that group that had a lot of newness to really come together and compete, and now there won't be nearly as much newness in year number 2 other than Brian Fleury and a couple other draft picks.
Agreed. All right, there you go. That is everything you need to know. Quickly, just because I was ranting and raving about the way that game ended, and their ridiculous assumption that if that 2-point conversion is the key and only big play in that game that ultimately leads to the Rams losing when they would have naturally won the Super Bowl if it weren't for this game that took place in mid-December. Like, everything about this.
And that 2-point conversion was 6-something left in the game.
Not only did it come with 6+ minutes left in the game, but after that, they missed a 48-yard field goal. How about blame your kicker? 48 yards in the modern NFL is like a chip shot.
You make that field goal, you don't go to overtime, you win.
You win the game. By the way,
you convert a third down. It was a rare miss by Stafford. You convert a third down, keep the clock moving. You don't go to overtime.
How about the Seahawks forcing them to punt twice? And then how about the Seahawks, after giving up a touchdown in overtime, scoring one, and completing the 2-point conversion again?
Yes.
Shut up. Shut up. That play was not the deciding factor between the Rams winning the Super Bowl and not. By the way, you can't win the Super Bowl in mid-December. By the way, they almost lost to the Bears. By the way, they had another shot at the Seahawks. By the way, shut up. I can't believe they're this whiny about it.
Don't lose to Carolina in December on the road. In the rain. Don't lose that game.
Well, if that 2-point conversion had gone through, well, then the Rams would have won the Super Bowl. None of this would have happened. What? I get it if you want to argue like, okay, Game 7 of the World, Game 6, if the ball doesn't bounce through Buckner's legs, although quite frankly the game is tied at that point, but whatever. Like, okay, fine, some of these specific moments.
If DeMarcus Lawrence just does his job, if he would have just played the defense.
Oh, my gosh.
Okay, if he would have just played the defense.
We don't have time for this. We got to talk to Logan Gilbert. We don't have time. We don't have time to continue to be mad about this. Logan Gilbert, AL Player of the Week, joins us next on Brock and Salk.
The Mariners, battered and bruised, avoided a Red Sox sweep.
Canzone goes to a dive. He makes the grab. He picks himself up. He fires the ball to second. It's a double play.
Now, it's back on the road with a first of 3 against the Pirates in Pittsburgh this afternoon. First pitch at 3:40, 2:30 pregame.
6th strikeout for Logan Gilbert on his game today.
Hear every pitch of every game on the free Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk's here. I am here. I'm Mike Salk, and I am here. It is summer. Summer is definitely here. And you know what that means. Beach, barbecue, golf, vacation, the whole deal, right? Awesome in the Northwest. Well, when you take pictures this summer, you want to look and feel your very best. You don't want to be hiding in the back, afraid to show your belly or anything like that. Eastside Weight Loss Clinic, they can help. Trust me, you can do this super fast. I lost 15 pounds in the first couple weeks, 35 pounds overall. Just took me 8 weeks. So there's time, right? What are you waiting for? Schedule that 15-minute no-obligation consult right now at eastsideweightlossclinic.com. You'll get safe, healthy, sustainable weight loss. No exercise, no pills, no injections, no surgery. Just real food. Buy it at the grocery store, cook it at home, and you will lose weight. You will look and feel your absolute best. You can do it. Go to eastsideweightlossclinic.com to schedule that free, quick intro call today. Again, that's eastsideweightlossclinic.com. Dr. Ryan Coogan, D.C. Results may vary.
Ready to order?
Yes. We're earning unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. So let's just get one of everything.
Everything?
Fire everything. The Capital One Saver Card is at table 27, and they're earning unlimited 3% cash back.
Yes, Chef! This is so nice.
Had a feeling you'd want 3% cash back on dessert.
Ooh, tiramisu.
Earn unlimited 3% cash back on dining and entertainment with the Capital One Saver Card. Capital One, what's in your wallet?
Terms apply. See CapitalOne.com for details.
My name is Whitney Allen, and I'm a widow. My husband, Ryan, died. We never thought we'd ever have to use life insurance, but the unexpected happened. With Ethos, signing up was fast and 100% online. You can get a quote in seconds, apply in minutes, and get same-day coverage. No medical exams, and you can get up to $3 million worth of coverage. I'm grateful we were prepared.
Get your free quote at ethos.com/play. That's ethos.com/play.
Paid spokesperson. Time spent on application may vary. Online health questions required.
Our first Mark Challenge victory is Aaron McCoy from McCoy Home Solutions, yet another small business owner that took the First Mark Insurance Challenge. Aaron, why did you make the call to First Mark Insurance?
My company has grown to a space where we need a higher level of coverage. A couple of factors led me to say, boy, I really need to find something new, and First Mark really rang that bell.
First Mark save you and your business money?
Oh, yeah. They have decreased overall expense in a couple categories by up to 30%, coverage in a couple of areas by greater than 50%. They've offered coverage in 2 new categories that I think are pertinent for my business, and they've greatly impacted what that coverage and those margins look like.
Kind of wish you made the call earlier.
I absolutely do. Yeah.
So if you're a small business owner that wants to take the stress of insurance off your plate, do what Aaron McCoy did for McCoy Home Solutions. Make the call to First Mark Insurance. They're your teammate that goes to work for you. FirstMarkInsurance.com.
Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best. Why Seattle and Seattle sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. That's woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group, and I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney, and the truth is I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
Honey, did you invite the minions over?
Hello. Well, you know how we talked about getting Wi-Fi from Xfinity?
Yeah.
I ordered it this morning, was online in minutes, then they showed up.
So they just came over to use the Wi-Fi?
They even brought their own devices and spell book.
You didn't give them the new Wi-Fi password, right?
No.
That's good.
I gave them our old one. Because Xfinity lets us keep the same network name and password so devices connect instantly.
What do they want Wi-Fi for anyways?
Better not to know. Plausible deniability.
Get streaming or scheming instantly with same-day Wi-Fi from Xfinity. Plus, lock in one price for the most reliable fiber-powered Wi-Fi for 5 years. Guaranteed. And see Minions and Monsters only in theaters. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Not available in all areas. Use of fiber coaxial cable. Learn more at xfinity.com/same-day Wi-Fi.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, you're listening to Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
All right, Mariners in Pittsburgh, Brock, and we've got the reigning AL Player of the Week with us from there, Logan Gilbert. Good morning, Logan.
Hey, guys. Good morning. Thanks for having me on.
I got a text here from a listener because we said that you would be coming on a few minutes ago. Somebody asks, could you ask Logan if he gets an actual award, like a plaque or a trophy, and you get any money for being the AL Player of the Week? I guess I've never thought to ask about that. Do you get anything for it?
That's funny. Somebody asked me yesterday, too, and I didn't know the answer. I think I might have had this happen one time, and it's been a few years, so I forget if you get anything. But we were joking. Hopefully, you get a gift card or something you can cash in. I don't know.
Didn't Tai Fung help out your teammate? Poor guy lost
there
his
you
dumplings.
Go. That's a good idea.
That was pretty sad. Well, if you did get a plaque or a trophy the last time, it obviously did not make much of an impression on you. You forget it a couple years later.
I forget. Yeah, I think you might get something.
How is Pittsburgh? How is this trip, Logan?
It's been good. It takes me a little bit to get adjusted. The time change is not easy, but it was raining yesterday, so that, not ideal, but It's a nice day today, so should be a little better.
Is that park? I've always wanted to go to that park. Every time I've been in Pittsburgh, I've missed the Pirates, like I haven't been there or whatever, so I've never been able to go. Is it as beautiful in person as it looks on TV? Is that a top-notch place?
Yeah, it's great. Everybody said that before I even came here, and then it lived up to the hype. This is only my second time being here, but a couple of years ago, I remember it's probably like a top 5 ballpark for me.
So talk to me a little bit about that. I don't think the average fan understands. I remember, especially my rookie year, Logan, traveling, and I was a sleeper inner, and I had a hard time on some of those first East Coast road trips playing at 10 a.m. on our body clock. It was just a really, really hard thing for me. Talk to me about you guys and your routine and your process and what a 3-hour time change and heading to the East Coast does for you specifically.
Yeah, it's no joke. It takes a little bit. Usually the first month or two of the season, first couple of East Coast trips, you're really like adjusting, trying to get used to it. And then later on in the season, it becomes a little more normal. I can't complain too much. I play, once a week. So some of these other guys that are playing every single day, I don't know how they do it, but yeah, it takes a little bit to get used to it.
So I was thinking about,
what comes after that.
No.
Be ready.
I was thinking about
Logan, you know us well. Be ready. All right, just be ready.
What comes after that is that I forgot what I was going to ask. I wasn't as prepared as I thought I was to ask the question. Jeff Passan told us a few weeks ago when you had a couple of outings in a row that weren't, the best outings of your career, and we're talking to Jeff, and he's like, Logan Gilbert's going to be fine. Like, let me tell you about all of these under-the-hood numbers and the bats that he's missing and the movement on this pitch and the stuff here, and we were like, great, sounds awesome. Fast forward a couple of weeks later, and here you are, AL Player of the Week. Do you understand that stuff as it's happening? Like, if you give up a couple of runs or have a couple of rough outings, do you care about the stuff, the numbers, the under-the-hood numbers that Jeff was looking at?
Yeah, it's kind of both sides of it. I think you're aware a little bit of both sides. I wish he would have told me that because, he's a big believer in me, I guess. I think we all have that belief as you're going through it if it's not perfect. But, you have a lot of time between outings, so it's a little bit of both. It's me telling myself, under the hood, things are good. We're playing the long game here. You get 30-something starts. It's a long year. Everything's going to work out. But then at the same time, you're saying all that stuff. And, every once in a while, it's nice to put up some zeros and have a good outing. So I think it just took me a little bit to get going. But, everything feels pretty good right now. It's never going to be perfect, but hopefully it stays like this for a little bit.
And then on the flip side, as Mike said, not only the award you get, but you look at your spin rates right now, you look at your fastball. I don't know, did you notice the other day you were at 99 miles an hour on that fastball? So when it's going good as well, do you have to kind of fight, like looking too much and digging too much into those numbers too?
Yeah. Oh, definitely. Yeah. There's traps on both sides of it. You never get away from it. And that's why I try not to get too caught up in numbers and stuff. And yeah, like a good outing here and there, it's great, but you're never as good or bad as you think you are usually. So it's somewhere in the middle, and just trying to go out there, and if the stuff feels good, if you're throwing strikes, usually things work out.
Logan, you ever have days where, like, when the bullpen's beat up a little bit and you're going to pitch and the team kind of, could really use you going deep, going 7+ innings or something in a start? Do you think about that, and are you aware of that heading into a start like that?
Yeah, a little bit. Depends on the situation, I would say. I think we had that the other day in Baltimore. Maybe I should have been a little more aware, but it was one of those situations that didn't really have the best start to the game, pitch count wise. But yeah, in a situation like that, you're trying to eat up some innings.
What is it like having Cal back? Does Walter appear a little easier when Cal's behind the plate? Like just kind of like little brother, just kind of annoying. I was around family all weekends, right? Just kind of like family, just can bring it out a little quicker.
Yeah, it's funny you say that because sometimes we play into that a little bit, and then he comes back, and I catch myself. I'm like, man, it's actually true. Like he knows exactly what to do if I'm just minding my own business to get under my skin just that quickly, just to turn it on, like, middle of the game, 4th, 5th inning, I'm just warming up. He gives me a little gesture here and there that's like, he's telling me to lock it in. And if I have a bad warm-up pitch or something, I'm like, Cal, you got to be kidding. Like, I'm just out here warming up, and he's giving it to me. So, but I look back, and I'm like, you know, he's kind of the guy. He knows what everybody needs at the right time. And so I look back, and I'm thankful. But in the moment, I'm like, you know, he's getting under my skin a little bit here.
We don't really talk about catchers as being psychologists all that often, but it sort of sounds like that's what you're describing.
Yeah. Yeah, I think it's different for every pitcher, right? So he has so many different arms that you have to be aware of. How do you get this guy going? Who does he need to be? Is he the intense guy or the laid back type of pitcher? And I think Cal's got a good feel for that.
Is that unusual for a catcher to have that good a feel for all of the different, and not a shot at any of the other catchers you've been around, but is when you talk about that with Cal, is he better at that than most?
I would say so, and I only have a better feel for me and our relationship, but on the outside end, looking at other guys, it seems like that's kind of the job description for every catcher, but I think he has a better feel than most, or, you know, most looking around the league, if I had to guess.
Logan, many moons ago, 31, 32 years ago, I got to win a pretty special award in high school. And I remember waking up the day after, and I knew that the media was there and kind of excited. And this was maybe some insecurity stage, right? Awkward stage of my life at 17, 18, some acne, just some weird features, you know, just an odd looking duck to begin with. And I remember my mom waking me up that next morning, like, it's going to be okay. Don't worry about it. It's not that big a deal. And I'm like, oh no, what happened? Big picture in the paper with me and my face in one of the most awkward looks you can imagine. Like, my eyes are looking left, my mouth is looking right. Like, I look really, really odd. And I remember being so upset about that. I'm curious, a little different when you're, 20-something, you've been a pro, stud, an all-star. When you see that face of yours and they slow-mo that face, or you get that picture of your face when you're throwing with ferocity, does it bother you at all?
No, that's funny you say that. No, I've never been bothered by that. I think it's pretty funny too. I'm mostly confused because I don't feel that at all. I would never have told you that's what's going on. And then I see the videos and it's like, did I black out? Like, what went on? Because there's some kind of gap between what I'm seeing in the video and what I'm feeling out there.
If you haven't seen that picture and video, Pitching Ninja had it and did you justice. I thought
it's not great. Don't go look at it. Anybody listening, you don't need to see that.
Poor Logan. You ready for when is your turn in the piggyback?
Saturday. Yeah, Saturday.
Okay. And who are you piggybacking with, or do you not pay attention to that?
I think I'm starting in Emerson's after me.
Okay. So what do you make? Can you help me, like, take me inside this decision where it was brought to the starting pitchers? You guys were given a couple of choices. What was that meeting and what was that conversation like?
I think they did a good job. We were in, gosh, I forget now. We're some road trip we were on in the past, and brought us in all the starters and kind of laid it out, a couple different options. And I think credit to all the guys in the room, and we got a lot of different, experience, years in the show, all-star, not all-star, just like all facets, and young guy, old guy, and credit to everybody in the room. Like, nobody was complaining. Nobody was like, this isn't best for me, or this doesn't work. I think if anything, it was just kind of a couple questions here and there on, like, it was a variable, rotating piggyback system. So it's like, how does this work? How many days rest in between, that kind of stuff. And once all that was broken down, I think the communication was really good from the top down, that we understood what was going on and what it would look like. And then everybody was just kind of like, all right, take the ball and it's your turn and be ready to go.
What was the other option? What was the option that you guys didn't choose?
So there was two. It was mostly like formatting. Like, the two original options in the meeting were both variable piggyback systems. They were just a little different on like who was coming in after who. And I think the one we chose was I think it was closer to everybody having similar rest every time, trying to prevent somebody throwing, like a 7-day rest and then on 5-day rest. And so that way we're all throwing similar amount of innings, similar amount of rest. And I think that just made the most sense.
Is that a better deal than the 6-man rotation, Logan? Like, can you kind of compare and contrast those two options?
Yeah, I think so. And I didn't even think about it until they brought it up. I think it's a creative answer kind of for what I was saying. Like, they broke it down, like, at the end of this thing or however long the sheet was going on, at the end of the day, everybody is throwing 2 or 3 less innings than they originally would have. And when you think about it that way, it's like, oh, it's really not that different, as opposed to seeing somebody's coming in at the end of the game and they don't get to start and they're not getting to pitch and then they have to wait another week. It's like, no, at the end of the day, everybody's throwing a similar amount. Your rest is similar. It's really not that much different. So I think it's a good idea.
Can you? The other guy I wanted to ask you about, and he's not with the team at the moment, was Johnny Pareda. He made a pretty good impression on certainly those of us in the media, a lot of the fan base. What did you see with Johnny Pareda while he was up?
Yeah, I thought he was awesome. He's the man. He has so much energy. So not even behind the dish, just having him in the clubhouse, in the dugout, he's screaming all the time, like bringing energy, just the kind of guy you want on your team, especially in a 160-game season. And then credit to him, it's a tough job coming in right away, especially catcher's the most demanding. So he's getting to know everybody on the fly. He's calling games. Every pitch, he's calling behind the dish. So it's really up to him for a lot of how the game is going. And, again, I can only speak to myself, but I think he understood me really well. The pitch calling was great. I was barely shaking. I remember shaking one time, then a guy hit a home run, and I'm like, my bad, Johnny. Like, he knew better than me. So I think, I should have never shook him off. So I think he was great. And, again, it's a tough role, a tough ask for somebody to come up and do that. And I think he did a great job.
Hey, last thing for me here, Logan. Sure appreciate the time as you guys are out on the road and begin the series in Pittsburgh this afternoon out here locally. Do you guys peek at what Cade's doing down at AA? You take any look at Cade Anderson's numbers and what that fella is getting done down there, and how do you react to that?
It's unbelievable. I'm well aware. I see all the highlights and the stats, and I mean he I think wins pitcher of the week every week. So they're renaming the award apparently after him. It's pretty incredible what he's doing. So, I was joking we might be going to a 7 or 8 man rotation with how good these young pitchers are. It's pretty crazy.
No more bullpen. We're just going to throw starting pitchers as soon as one's done, you just throw the next one out there. It's going to be like 1934 or something. All right. Logan, thank you. It's fun to watch. Certainly that last start, just awesome and helping to salvage the win on Sunday. Pretty cool. We appreciate you, man. Thanks for stopping by. Always one of our favorites, and we'll talk again soon.
Yeah, I appreciate it, guys. Have a good one.
Thanks, Logan.
All right, there you go. There is Logan Gilbert, Brock. Logan Gilbert himself.
He's just such a good guy, isn't he?
He really is.
God, we say that every time.
I know.
And I know we say that about a lot of the guys because we're fortunate in this town to have a lot of good dudes to get a chance to talk to.
Yeah, but I'd bring up Logan even when it's not relevant. Like I was playing golf the other day with somebody who was excited about what I did. It was like, oh, it said something about Cal. Like, how's Cal? Is Cal a good guy? And I was like, yeah, Cal's pretty much exactly the guy that you see on TV. Like, I mean, if you like that personality, then you like Cal. Like, he is not any different. He is, that's who he is. But even when someone asks me something like that, I will always find a way to be like, but let me tell you about Logan Gilbert. And that's not a shot at anybody else. Like, this dude's just awesome. Just a normal dude who plays baseball for a living.
So
not normal. That's not necessarily the right word, but you know what I mean.
So he's going to start Saturday, huh? A little bit of news there. Did we know that he was starting Saturday?
No, I don't think that had been out there yet.
Yeah, Emerson's going to come in.
And Emerson is going to be with him,
Yes.
Broke news. Piggyback news.
We didn't know who the next piggyback pairing was going to be.
That's why you come to Brock and Salk, man.
Sorry, Stace.
Get that piggyback news right here. That's right. Give you that piggyback news.
Oink, oink.
Yeah, let's give you some Blue 88, too.
This is Brock and Salk's Blue 88. Brought to you by Culligan Seattle.
We're going to go red, right, tight, close, sprint left, G, U corner, halfback, flat, on one. Ready?
Brock Eward tackles 3 football questions as only he can.
Blue 88.
Now here's your hosts, Brock Eward and Mike Salk.
That's really nice.
What?
Nice text from 360 saying, hey, just want to say thank you for the Logan Gilbert interview. You guys are very genuine, and the guests can tell, and you get some great interviews because of it. I don't think that's why we get the interviews. I think Brock just knows a lot of people, but whatever. I mean, like, if you think it's because of our being genuine, I'll take it. That's how we get Jeff Passan, who's going to be on at 8:30 today. John Forslund at 9:30.
That had nothing to do with those. That's your relationships.
Oh, I guess you're right.
Your buddies are passing.
That's true. All right, Brock, JSN, Sam Darnold, able to get on the same page very quickly last year.
Mm-hmm.
How?
Yeah, you go back to, and you heard Ryan Clark talk about that, right? Because they were all out there in Green Bay, and that's when the show took that next step. John Schneider was on with Jen and John Boyle on their episodes. We played that last week, and he talked about, hey, right away he knew, just with the command that Sam has. I say this all the time, and this just was in my mind because we got some young receivers at our school that are developing. And, man, the best receivers, Cooper Kupp and JSN, at the top of this list, right? And then you could probably go down the list. Jamar and Puka and those guys, they play the position through the quarterback's eyes. They truly understand what the quarterback is looking at, and they process in real time just like the QB does. And then, oh, by the way, JSN has just got this QB totally friendly ability to make every throw look good, even when it's behind him, might be a little bit inside, of how he can just slightly change that body, slightly slow down, slightly dip into the DB to create that last little bit of separation. It is just slowing the game down. I would say those two factors, playing it through the QB's eyes and then being able in those moments to slow the game down. Like Cole Young did a couple weeks ago at second base on that play, right, where he had to kind of back away from the defender. He had to slow down, right? He had to not run into the runner. Not a lot of QBs or receivers can do that. Not a lot of young second basemen could do that. Just some of that real instinctive talent and gift they have.
Good stuff. All right, question number 2. So you're not buying Aaron Donald, huh?
No, give me that Fowler again.
All right.
Give me that Jeremy Fowler. So if you're talking, you're losing.
First of all, there's some people in league circles that are a little nervous about this Aaron Donald situation, considering what the Rams already have.
Yeah.
When you talk to people, you hear the question like, are they really getting Aaron Donald? Like, is that a serious thing? And just the feeling that it would sort of be unfair at that point with that defensive line with Myles Garrett and Aaron Donald, even though he'd be, mid-30s at this point, he could probably roll out of bed and be his excellent Hall of Fame self. And so the Rams said enough. Defensively, we're not good enough. We have to upgrade in several spots.
I just don't know about that, man. Again, it just comes back to now, is he a freakish human being? Yes. Does he still lift a ton of weights? Yes. Does he look like James Harrison? Does James Harrison look like he could still roll out of bed and play the edge?
He does, yes.
Yeah, he does.
He might be able to.
But there's a huge other part of that, and that's from the neck up. And all of the callousing and all of the work and all the pounding and all the stuff that goes into that. Not the highlight reel plays, right? Not just the suiting up on a Sunday and, yeah, sure, flashing some skill. Like, the actual sacrifice and work. That is why he stepped away 2.5 years ago. I'm done. Got hundreds of millions in the bank. I don't need to do this to my body anymore. It's really fun. It's really sexy in the offseason. It's really great. But when it's really hot and my body really hurts, and do I want to do that to my body again after 2.5 years? Call me skeptical. I've been from the very jump with this.
No.
Because it's just, when was the last time we saw a line of scrimmage player did Barry Sanders come back? Did Calvin Johnson come back? Did these guys come back 2.5 years later? Barry Sanders, when they absolutely physically still could have? No, they didn't. Because once that mind checks out and that bank account and that interest grows, it's really hard to go back in. And on the line of scrimmage to boot, yeah, call me skeptical.
Still think it's going to happen. Question number 3. Brady Henderson was asked about his biggest surprise of the Seahawks offseason, and he pointed to George Halani. It was a nice little piece on ESPN, just saying, look, the guy was a undrafted player who nobody thought much about, and he's taking first-team reps. Who would be your answer
biggest
for
surprise to me? Biggest surprise to me in the 2 practices I watched was Brady Russell. He was anywhere and he was everywhere. He was at fullback, he was at H-back, he was at tight end. Some of that was because there was no A.J. Barner, a limited Arroyo, a limited Saubert. So some of that, will change when those guys all come back. But seeing that guy be a jack of all trades, play all of those positions seamlessly, Robbie Oots was pretty specifically at fullback, was running with the running backs during some of those drills. But watching the interchangeability of Brady Russell, that to me was the biggest surprise of this offseason. And on top of it, he's in unbelievable shape. Transformed his body from what I saw at Colorado as a former walk-on numerous times to what he is now. I think he's got an opportunity to carve out a bigger and bigger role.
All right, that is today's Blue 88. Two things here. 360 weighing in, on the Rams and their narrative, saying the narrative could just as easily be the Seahawks missed a field goal and they were a field goal away from sweeping the Rams 3-0. So the Rams just have a lot of work to do to catch up.
Yeah.
Totally true. But if they just had that 2-point conversion, Brock, they would have won the Super Bowl.
And I know you can say that about a lot of teams in the NFL. A lot of them are one-possession games. Not for the Seahawks. They dominated most of their opponents over the course of the season, save for the Rams. And especially after, that Thursday night, and what they did to the Niners and took them apart in Carolina. And don't even be fooled by the scoreboard, like the Tennessee game and some of those games. They dominated those games.
That's why I think it's so frustrating to hear this narrative of just that won't play. Otherwise,
Denver had 11 one-score wins. 11 of their wins. 11 of their 14 were one score. Many of them come from behind in the fourth
quarter. And that shouldn't delegitimize them.
It doesn't, but
you are going win in the NFL.
You do, but studies have shown, and I heard Sean Payton talking about this, teams with double-digit one-score wins in the years that follow, Salk, there is a dramatic regression to the mean. The Seahawks, that was not the case. That was not the story. Even if it ended in some of those games as on paper one score, you watch them, they weren't one-score games. They were physically dominant in the best defense in the game. And most of them boys coming right on back.
All right. Coming up next, excuse me, Brock, I met someone yesterday who told me, he answered a question with a story that kind of blew me away. So I thought you would want to hear this. Oh. So we'll do that.
He did what? Say that again?
He just kind of,
he answered a question by
It wasn't a question. I told a story, and his response to it said everything you would ever need to know. It's next on Brock and Salk.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Hey, are you a homeowner, 62 or older, and you realize that your Social Security and maybe other income isn't going to carry you through retirement? Have you ever thought about a reverse mortgage? Hey, Brock Hewitt here for Tila Mortgage, a local company serving you, the Washington residents, for 30 years. If you want to know how a reverse mortgage works, I got questions. And many times you hear reverse mortgage, you got questions. Are they safe? Will I still own my home? Do I really have the option of not making monthly mortgage payments? Well, call Tila for a no-pressure conversation, and they'll answer all those questions with personalized recommendations and loan options that can safely help you improve your monthly cash flow, reduce financial stress, and allow you to have maybe some extra income, too, for living expenses, healthcare, and all of your lifestyle needs. Give them a call today. Tila, spelled Tila, is a name you can trust for truthful, honest, and ethical advice for all your mortgage needs. 206-766-8888. That's 206-766-8888. Tila Mortgage. Well, it is a mortgage broker. MLS 247-2046.
Step inside and let the excitement take you places. This is Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the ultimate spot for action that reaches incredible heights, luxury that knows no bounds, and live entertainment that always thrills. It's all at one incredible destination. So when you look for the best, look nowhere else. Muckleshoot Casino Resort, the biggest and best in the Northwest. Muckleshoot.
You know, I used to think all money managers were the same until I spoke with Fisher Investments.
Really? How different are they?
Fisher's investment counselors are dedicated to service, not sales, keeping clients up to date on their portfolio.
Well, they probably just invest in a bunch of mutual funds like I do.
Nope. They build a tailored portfolio based on their clients' personal goals, helping them stay on track for a comfortable retirement.
Well, they must make commissions selling products.
Actually, Fisher doesn't sell any commission-based products. They're a fiduciary, and they believe that's a conflict.
Then they have some kind of complex fee structure.
Nope. Fisher has a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of their client's portfolio. So they do better when their clients do better.
It sounds like Fisher really is different.
Couldn't have said it better myself.
Fisher Investments. Clearly different wealth management. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
How would you like to invest in the Seattle real estate market, one of the hottest and most stable regions in the country, and achieve a great rate of return on your investment without the effort of sourcing a deal, the expense and time of building permits, or all the hassles that come with being a landlord? Hi, I'm Scott Rirucka, CEO of Legacy Group Capital in Bellevue. Legacy Group Capital develops local real estate, lends money, and shares the profits with our investors. Diversify with Legacy Group Capital. Invest into our Northwest Fund, which is currently delivering 9% on a fixed rate term. It's our flagship fund for 19 years with zero investor losses. And yes, we do accept IRAs. Find out why 1,300 local investors have invested over $350 million.
Invest in the stability and ease of Legacy Group Capital's Northwest Fund. Legacy Group Capital at legacyg.com. This is not investment advice. Investments available to accredited investors only. Details at legacyg.com.
Hey, baseball fans, Rick Riz here. I'm excited to introduce you to my good friend Keith Dashafee, owner of Pella Windows and Doors of Western Washington. Keith?
Thanks, Rick. Improve your play with 25% off windows and doors or 12 months, no interest and no payments. We're also giving back to the community with 2 $5,000 scholarships for our local youth sports teams. Upgrade your home today at PellaPNW.com.
That's fantastic, Keith. Don't wait. Schedule your free appointment today at PellaPNW.com.
Deep to right field. Going. Goodbye, baseball.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But for a view that's a real home run, check out right field. Make that the dump yard. Sure, it's a great spot to see our fearless outfielders fly, dive, and slide.
Wow! Victor Robles makes the catch!
But you might get to flash some leather too, because the forecast in the dump yard always calls for rain. Raining big dumper home runs, that is.
Number 60, the magical tour of Cal Raleigh just continues.
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
The next Mariners homestand gets started on June 29th with an epic 3-day giveaway. Don't miss your chance to score a Cal Raleigh Funko Pop collectible. June 29th, June 30th, and July 2nd against the Angels. Available to the first 10,000 fans each game. Score value tickets for less than $12 for all 3 dates at mariners.com.
Let's go!
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
Get in the freaking auto!
From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Heward and Matt Marcus. Sorry about just Mike
Heward, not exactly Joe Cap there in the pocket.
Now here are your hosts, Brock Heward and Mike Salk.
I want to do 3 things real quick. We got about 8 minutes, Brock. See if I can do three stories in 8 minutes. The first is that I played golf yesterday, Willow's Run, fun, and ended up there. I was playing with 2 brothers, and guy behind us was a solo, so he ended up hooking on with us because people in front of us were deciding that they want to play like a 7-hour round, which was fun. Yeah, it was really, really enjoyable with the people in front of them, like a full 2 holes ahead of them. That was really great. Not at all annoying. Some people might have gotten upset in a situation like that, but obviously not me. That's not the kind of person I am.
Calm, cool, collected.
Always. That's why I listen to that vintage tiki music on the golf course. Anyway, so this guy Adam ends up joining our group. I'm talking, really nice guy, and then the 2 brothers leave, so it's just the 2 of us for like the last 5 holes and just hanging out, chatting. Really, just good dude. Just really like this guy from Kirkland, and I thought he was probably in his 30s, early 30s, and at some point he's like, "Oh yeah, I'm 26, 27." And I was like, "What school did you go to in Kirkland?" He's like, "I went to Lake Washington." It's like, "You know Lyle?" He's like, yeah, of course I know Lyle. I was like, oh, all right. So I got to meet a friend of Lyle's in the wild, right?
And it was that late in the round?
Yeah, I knew that he was from Kirkland, but I didn't think, I don't know, I didn't put it all together. I thought that he'd be a little older than, the way he carried himself.
Oh, yeah.
I assumed.
Compared to Lyle, a little more maturity? A little more worldly?
So he loves Lyle. I mean, loves him. He's like, oh, Lyle's my guy. We did this, Turns out this guy, Adam, was their quarterback at Lake Washington for a few years. Like, he was, I mean, you would have enjoyed this, Brock. Anyway, so I was like asking about Lyle. I was like, so tell us. Kyle didn't know who the Beatles were. And he's like, it doesn't surprise me. I was like, well, doesn't surprise you at all? He's like, no, absolutely. It doesn't surprise me. I was like, he couldn't name one Beatles song. And this guy goes, I swear to you, this is true. He goes, I'm 26. So Lyle's what, 28? I was like, yeah. He's like, he's been on the earth 28 years. He can't name Let It Be? So for every conversation we had with Lyle about it being generational and this and that, he's like, no, that's just Lyle. Like, he can't name Let It Be?
Nope.
Anyway, it just cracked me up. I thought you would have enjoyed that. But he had great things to say about Lyle, and just, of course he did. Dude's awesome. Second really quick thing, just an update on the story from yesterday about this poor gal who got hit by the car, also in Kirkland. So I heard good news yesterday. She was able to recognize and talk to, I believe, her family. Nice. So that's a huge positive. Also, just thank you to everybody who donated. You can go to my my Twitter page. It's I think the first or second tweet out there. And a bunch of the Torrent players, a couple members of the Seattle media, Aaron Goldsmith, Angie Menting, Abby Murphy from the Torrent, Danielle Sardachny from the Torrent. It's just cool to see some of those names pop up, and I kind of get the sense as it continues to get passed around that more and more people will. And I think they're at 75,000 or so, which is really, really cool. So if you can help, please do. Just, a sad story of this girl getting hit by a car while she was on her bike in Kirkland. And I think I was told, I don't want to, this is not news, but I think she was actually helicoptered to Harborview. Whoa. So that doesn't happen unless it's a pretty serious situation. So, yes, 509, just ask, can you get an update on your daughter's friend and the GoFundMe? Yeah, that's where they're at, 75,000. And if there's anything you can do, again, you can find it on my Twitter page at the Mike Salk. Last thing, we'll get back to sports here, but I appreciate you guys allowing me a moment to talk about that. Logan said a couple of things that were important, I thought, there. I mean, he said a lot of things that were really fun, but a couple things that were important. One, apparently he broke the news of when the next piggyback was going to be, as it's going to be him and Emerson Hancock on Saturday. But I thought this was probably the most important thing he said when asked about the piggyback. First of all, they didn't give them other options, right? It wasn't like, hey, do you want to do a piggyback or do this? Or do you guys want to send someone to the bullpen? It was none of that. It was like, we're going to do a piggyback. It's going to involve all six of you taking a turn. Which version of that do you like better? Again, that's kind of what you do with kids, right? You take that, like when they're little, like you bring them to a restaurant and you're like, or you say, you don't ask kids, what do you want for dinner tonight? You say, do you want X or Y?
But it's also,
you narrow down the choices to two healthy things.
To be fair to them,
these two things.
Like you don't want those guys doing all that tinkering and all that thinking.
Of course
so
not.
you put your plan in place, and here's the plan. And it sounds like, and Logan and the buy-in was, wow, that thing was really well thought out.
Absolutely. A great job by them by doing. But this was not like a ground up, like a, grassroots. The pitchers came together and said.
This was not Montessori school stuff.
No, that's not how they did this. This is when you give your kids two choices. Like, you don't offer candy as an opportunity.
Yeah, this was Morris Catholic school.
Right.
It's very clear.
This is what you're going to do. Yes. So I guess you get a little choice as to which way you want to do it, but this is what you're going to do. This was the other thing that he said that I thought was important.
Yeah, I think so. And I didn't even think about it until they brought it up. I think it's a creative answer kind of for what I was saying. Like, they broke it down, like, at the end of this thing or however long the sheet was going on, at the end of the day, everybody is throwing 2 or 3 less innings than they originally would have.
Okay, just that last part.
Yep.
Just 2 or 3 innings. When I hear that, I don't know about you. What it really makes me think is this is temporary. We don't want to do this forever. We don't think this is a great solution. We think this is the best way to preserve the 6 starters we have in their starting role and not mess that up. Because if you're truly trying to save innings for the postseason, it'd be more than like 2 now and again, right? Like that to me would be different. So when I hear like, oh, it's only saving 2, like, okay, well then that's not, the goal is not some long-term, long-game deal.
No, the goal is to gain enough data here through this a couple times and probably the All-Star break. And then coming out of that All-Star break, we'll have enough data to make the decisions we need to make.
Okay, well then that leads
whether that's additions in the bullpen, whether that's trades, whether that's Cade coming up in August to September, right? I mean, I think then you have enough data.
That's exactly where I was going to go with this, because Ryan Rowland-Smith said something somewhat similarly yesterday about Luis.
You have Cade Anderson, Ryan Sloan in AA. You get to that trade deadline, they may pull a trigger here where a team says, you know what, man, we need Luis Castillo. Well, he's just been sitting in the bullpen for 2 months. You know, it's not the same value. The value is a little different if he's actually pitching stretched out. And I'm not saying they're going to trade him. I'm just saying hypothetically,
right?
If it is a logjam and Cade Anderson, Ryan Sloan keep doing what they're doing, well then guess what? You've got someone who's stretched out, or you have someone who is in a situation where you can get a little bit more crafty here to have that stretch run, or someone who they love the control, that you can use one of these to then go out and get that you can control the next 5 years. So again, I'm not playing jam here, but it's just there's more to it, I think, than just trying to appease Luis Castillo.
Yeah, I think that's another fair point to it. Again, you make these lists all good pros and cons and everything, right? And gosh, there's kind of a lot on that side of the column. The challenge is when you actually are in real time, and let's say Logan's at 5 innings and he's shoving, right? And he's put down the final 13 in a row. Or, you know, you gotta pull him out and go to Emerson Hancock on Saturday.
Yeah, like I get that the theory.
Yeah.
Then I watch the game.
Yes,
and I just keep coming back to when people play well, this plan limits their ability to do so. I can't think of anything else that does that in sports. Unless
the offense scores a ton of runs and you're up. But even then, there's still some like, do we want to waste Emerson for 2 innings or 5? Yeah, it's just the execution of it gets a little.
I can't come up with any other plan in sports where if you execute and play exceptionally well, it's worse.
Oh, well, you haven't played golf with Mike Ewart in this prime. When he hits Nancy Lopez 9-wood too good, Salk.
Yeah, that's fair.
Like if I hit it too good, I think I maybe have heard you say that
happened to me yesterday a couple times.
I hit it too good. What do you want me to do?
I had 115 club out from 125.
You can't think of a
140.
sometime in sports. You just happened to you at Willows yesterday.
Yeah.
I just hit this 8-iron too good.
Too good?
Too good?
Yeah. Just stripe that A-wedge. Next thing you know, it's...
Poor thing.
Out of bounds.
It's not your fault.
Yeah, not my fault. I did everything right. The thing just screwed me up. Yeah, maybe I'll just start blaming the piggyback whenever I mess up a golf shot. Like, well, if it wasn't for this stupid piggyback, I'd be fine. All right, let's come back. We'll give you guys everything you need to know. And then Jeff Passan at 8:30 and John Forslund a little later. Brock and Salk, CL Sports on 710.
The Mariners, battered and bruised, avoided a Red Sox sweep.
Canzone goes to a dive. He makes the grab. He picks himself up. He fires the ball to second. It's a double play.
Now, it's back on the road with a first of 3 against the Pirates in Pittsburgh this afternoon. First pitch at 3:40, 2:30 pregame.
6th strikeout for Logan Gilbert on his game today.
Hear every pitch of every game on the free Seattle Sports app.
Hey, Mike Salk here. Been a good month at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. This has been the cruising into summer with trucks and Harley Davidsons. They've had drawings every Sunday in June. That'll go until just this weekend. June 28th is the big finale. They do Sunday qualifying drawings from 4 to 10, Sunday night finale drawings at 10 p.m. And then this, June 28th, this weekend, noon and 11 p.m., 4 guests will get a chance to drive away in a new Ford truck or a Harley Davidson. That's the grand finale drawing. It's all at Seattle's closest, Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Please game responsibly.
Looking for a pre-owned Toyota you can actually count on? Then you need to take a trip to Toyota of Renton. Each vehicle passes a rigorous 160-point inspection, so you drive off with confidence. Plus, their service center has factory-certified techs and genuine Toyota parts to keep you running strong. Come meet the incredible team, ask questions, and take a test drive in their variety of dependable, certified, pre-owned inventory. See them in person at Toyota of Renton or online at toyotaofrenton.com.
O'Brien.
This is Chris Davis with the Davis Law Group. Did you know that a pedestrian does not have to be crossing the street on a marked crosswalk to have a successful legal claim against the driver? Pedestrians can even be partially at fault for a collision and still have a valuable claim. Call us today for a free consultation or get my free book on pedestrian accident law at WashingtonAccidentBooks.com. That's Davis Law Group, better service and even better results.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage doors, garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
Hey everybody, Jermaine Curse with Pacific Northwest Interiors featuring CS Floors. Countertops, window covering, and flooring. From design to installations, Pacific Northwest Interiors has you covered. Come stop in to any of our new showrooms.
Thinking about investing in home upgrades? Worry less and save more with Snohomish PUD's network of trade allies. These are trusted local contractors who can install heat pumps, insulation, new windows, and more. And when you work with a PUD trade ally, you can unlock instant rebates. This means lower upfront costs, lower energy bills, and work done by vetted pros. Find a PUD trade ally at snowpud.com/rebates.
This is for all you guys on Viagra. ED pills are no longer needed. The brutal side effects like 4-hour headaches, blurred vision, and that flush feeling can all be put behind you with our treatment. Here at West Coast Men's Health, we have a better approach to ED. Acoustic wave therapy creates blood flow circulation by safely removing the plaque in your arteries and restoring function naturally. Guys, let me be clear. Pills will never fix your problem. Our equipment is the latest technology, and our medical staff is the best in the industry. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. If you suffer from ED or Peyronie's disease, give West Coast Men's Health a call today.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
Mariners and Pirates today in Pittsburgh. First pitch at 3:40, 2:30 pregame. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
This is a special alert to all Americans who own a vehicle with less than 200,000 miles with an auto warranty about to expire or with no warranty coverage at all. Due to a decline in the economy, CarShield is announcing a low-cost month-to-month vehicle protection plan that is now available to the public to save any driver out-of-pocket expenses on future auto repairs. Call now to find out how you can pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. Yes, you heard that correctly. Pay almost nothing for covered auto repairs. An open phone line has been established for all drivers to call for a free quick quote. Call 800-330-8323 now. Drivers who are covered will not have to pay for covered repairs again. This protection plan is at an all-time low. Additionally, drivers who activate this vehicle protection today will also receive free roadside assistance, free towing, and car rental options at no additional cost. Call us for your free quick quote today. 800-330-8323. That's 800-330-8323. What do you have to lose? Call 800-330-8323. Again, 800-330-8323.
Your old water heater's starting to peter.
DayandNight.net.
Day and Night has $150 off installation of any new water heater, including tankless, backed by a free lifetime warranty.
Hi, I'm Bruce. When your old water heater leaks or fails, the damage could be catastrophic. Whether you need an emergency replacement or you're planning ahead before it leaks, give us a call and we'll help you get into hot water again.
Get $150 off installation of any new water heater.
DayandNight.net.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, let's see. Mariners on the road in beautiful Pittsburgh. What a nice Logan to say. Top five ballpark for him as they Pittsburgh gets a bad rap. I've only been there a couple of times. I'm not quite like Maura and her trips to Iowa. I don't vacation in Pittsburgh, but I've been there a couple of times, and it always surprises me given the way people talk about it. You're like, wait, this city's beautiful. Why do people always say how horrible it is? I don't know. I like Pittsburgh, but
it's got a little Seattle vibe to it.
Think so?
A little bit. It's a little different. I remember it was my first recruiting trip. You like go through a tunnel, right?
Yeah.
It's kind of country, and you go through a tunnel, and then all of a sudden you pop out the other side, and it's like, whoa.
Yeah. City.
Where did that come from?
Yeah, it's got all
Big
the
city.
rivers running there.
All the rivers running there.
Mountains. It is very cool. I've always liked my time there. Pirates have been decent this year, too. Kind of like the White Sox. Really good story. They're right at 500. Brian Reynolds and Brandon Lau and a couple other guys. Mariners are lucky. Not going to see Paul Skeens. And both Connor Griffin and O'Neal Cruz are on the IL. So guess it's a pretty good time to be heading through there. Logan Gilbert also breaking news with us just moments ago, Brock. Very exciting that the next piggyback will be with him and Emerson Hancock on Saturday.
And I understand the text toy, not even the overnight text toy. I understand the daytime, morning text toy made the point of, great, our AL player of the week will be in the piggyback.
Yeah. Well, I didn't make that point.
I said the daytime.
It's just a text
the
machine.
daytime text
Just
toy,
a text machine that went there.
Yes.
Anyway, Logan joined us after being named AL Player of the Week. Pretty cool and well-deserved.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
Lots of flowers for Seattle right now, Brock, as it has just been showing off during the World Cup. Unbelievable crowds, unbelievable energy, and the city has looked amazing. Action Network put together this list of the best cities, and Seattle was number one in the U.S. as a host for the World Cup. Vancouver and Toronto were ahead of them on the full list, but they were looking at a whole fan experience. And Seattle did exceptionally well with the walkability in SoDo, the social scene, all the bars in that proximity, proximity to the airport, a bunch of things like that. You put it together, and better than Atlanta, better than New York, better than KC, better than LA,
Philly.
better than Philly, and well-deserved.
Yep, kind of makes sense. As Matt Stretchy Johnson was on late last week talking about Vancouver, and I could see for the very same reason why that also rated really high. And then you throw in the actual game day event in that stadium, and the noise and the sound that is just different. And the aesthetics and the view, and put all of it together, and I think you said that last hour, man. Seattle shining pretty bright through this world.
Yeah, I think it's just been a really, really nice thing. As for the cup itself, Messi breaks the all-time goals record. That was big yesterday. You want to hear the Messi goal?
I do. Please
right.
play it for
I
me.
have it. Hold on. Where'd it go?
Anytime you top Preki.
Huh? Oh, you like when I do that, don't you?
I love it.
All right, here you go. Here's Messi.
Now Medina. Pulled back here, lets it run. Messi! History in Dallas! 40 years to the day since Diego Maradona scored the hand of God. Lionel Messi scores the goal to make him the World Cup's all-time leading scorer.
I actually know about the hand of God.
And now you can see why your Argentinian neighbor was going crazy.
He was going
with that
nuts.
goal. Yeah.
He was going crazy.
If you were to watch him, Saul, you would be captivated.
I doubt it.
Because he expends zero. He gives what. He expends zero until the ball's around him. And then when the ball's around him, he's an absolute...
So he's essentially Alex Ovechkin.
Yes, that's exactly right.
At this
Like he
point
doesn't
of his
play any
career.
defense.
Right.
He doesn't do anything.
That's just what Ovechkin
Except
does.
for once the puck is on that dude's stick and once that ball is on that guy's foot, it is different than anybody in the world. It's different than anybody in the world.
It finds its way into the goal.
Yeah.
What do you make of this from Landon Donovan? So the U.S. plays Turkey in their last pool play game.
In soccer, it's unique in that they played Friday. This next game will be Thursday. The following game, I think, would be the next Wednesday. So Friday to that next Wednesday is what, 11 days?
Yeah,
12
about
days?
11, 12 days.
You're not going to lose in soccer. You're not going to lose rhythm or fitness in 12 days. So they would be fine. If I am Mauricio Pochettino for this game Thursday, I'm playing a completely different 11 players. Okay. I'm resting all of my guys who have played these 2 games because there's no need to play them. You don't want to risk an injury. You don't want to risk someone getting another yellow card and getting suspended or getting a red card and getting suspended. It's just not worth it.
I wanted to hate the take, but then I was like, I mean, hard to argue with.
Yeah. I think the biggest one is all the guys that already have a yellow card. You don't want those guys to play. They get a second yellow. What does 2 yellows equal, Salk?
Yellow 2 yellows equals a red, Brock. I know all about that.
Good job. How do you make red? What 2 colors are used to make red?
Here's the third thing you need to know.
None.
That'd be none.
Congratulations to Linda Cohn, Brock. She is retiring after 34 years of doing SportsCenter. Just incredible. This Friday will be her final time on the behind the desk. Here's a little of Linda on with Rich Eisen.
In a way, that made me a better SportsCenter anchor because I had to, everything you said, I had to kind of adjust to my partners, let them be them. But when people ask me, who is your favorite to work with, it's coming. You're in the mix. Definitely say it. You're in my top 3
right
for
back
me.
At you.
Because you always let me be me. And for me, it really wasn't. I had a few catchphrases, but I felt I was compelled and forced to do it because people like you, people like Keith, people like Dan, you guys made it work so well. It was so natural. And of course, the late, great Stuart Scott made it great. But I felt for me, my secret and my longevity at SportsCenter was because I'm a fan first.
She is. I saw Butch Gross saying yesterday, top 3 fan he'd ever worked with, just in terms of loving sports.
I'm going to guess Keith probably not now.
Probably not.
List anymore.
Probably not that high.
Probably not now.
Probably not,
Do you know that Linda Cohn came to the Hewart House?
When she was working for Cairo? 7?
In the mid-'80s, late 80s.
Well, you can have that conversation with her. Not next week, but the week after. We'll talk to Linda about her incredible trailblazing career. 34 years on the desk at SportsCenter. Pretty amazing. That's everything you need to know.
No, 2 last quick little tidbits.
All right.
Real
I was going
quickly.
to read you something, though. Okay,
real quickly before passing. Tony
really good
Castricone.
soccer
Tony Castricone, the voice of the Huskies, is now the voice of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So good for Tony and the family to get the opportunity to move on up to the NFL. That is a big deal. And Ernest Jones on the NFL Players Top 100, Salk, that's starting to trickle out, number 97.
All right.
So maybe tomorrow we have a conversation about how many Seahawks will be in the NFL Network Top 100 players.
I learned something yesterday. I guess we don't have time for it right now because I was asking my buddy about all the own goals, and he said, and it led to a follow-up question from another friend about the nutmeg. You know what a nutmeg is in soccer? Do you know what that is? Even I know what that is.
I think
a nutmeg is when you go through someone's legs with the ball.
Oh, that's right.
Right?
Yeah.
Like you kick it through their legs and then go out the other side. And,
okay.
So the explanation of why it's called a nutmeg, fascinating. Totally fascinating.
Has nothing to do between the legs.
I'll read this to you later. This will blow your mind. If this is true, I mean, there are a few different explanations that have been offered. It doesn't seem to have anything to do with the area the ball goes under. But it does seem this one's tremendous. I gotta read this to you.
Save it for 9.
All right, Jeff Passan up next on Brock and Salk.
Think you know the Mariners? Not if you aren't subscribed to the Daily Mariners newsletter from Seattle Sports.
That's what they've been waiting for.
The latest Mariners news and injury updates, exclusives from Mariners insider Shannon Dreyer.
You look at the pieces and how it works.
Plus the best takes and breakdowns from your favorite Seattle Sports hosts and contributors.
The Mariners seem to be trying to build something that I think is a little bit more sustainable.
The Daily Mariners newsletter.
Monster solo home run.
Subscribe at seattlesports.com/newsletter.
One clear view, even if it lives in disconnected systems or offline, so you can see what's really happening and act faster. Stop running your business on highlights. Get the full picture. Visit datathatwins.com to see what Marquee IQ can do.
Summer savings are in full swing at Toyota of Renton and Toyota of Kirkland. Lease a brand new Corolla from just $299 a month, a Corolla Cross from $289 a month, or a Camry for $329, all 36 months, all available now. Come visit their wonderful teams and take a test drive. Whether in the North or the South, they've got you covered. ToyotaofRenton.com and ToyotaofKirkland.com. Offers valid through June 30th, 2026 on approved credit through TFS. Excludes taxes, titles, license, dealer accessories, and a $200 negotiable dealer documentation fee.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
The throw to first, and it's in time. Holy smokes, what a play by J.P. Crawford.
At T-Mobile Park, you've always got the best seat in the house. But if you're looking for a truly golden view, look no further than the seats on the first baseline, a.k.a. Trident Town. Post up behind the Mariners dugout, and you get a great view of Logan Gilbert, Brian Wu, and our entire rotation at work.
Swing and a miss. Fastball upstairs, blew it by in strike three.
Not to mention the best view of the best home run celebration in baseball. When the Trident goes up, you know a party's going down.
It is gone! Julio!
Mariners baseball. Trident's up.
Celebrate 4th of July weekend at T-Mobile Park as the Mariners square off against the Blue Jays. The fun gets started with a spectacular patriotic fireworks night on Friday the 3rd, presented by T-Mobile. Then score a patriotic bucket hat on Saturday the 4th, thanks to Coca-Cola. Get your tickets today at mariners.com.
Do you know a woman making a difference in Seattle's sports and events community? Someone who leads with purpose, mentors others, champions inclusion, and inspires those around her to be their best? Why Seattle and Seattle Sports want to celebrate her. Nominations are now open for the 2026 Women of Inspiration Award, recognizing an outstanding woman whose impact is helping shape the future of sports and events in our region. Submit your nomination today at woiseattle.org. Nominations close July 10th.
Mariners and Pirates today in Pittsburgh. First pitch at 3:40, 2:30 pregame. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
Well, this week's First Mark Challenge victory goes to Dan. Dan, why did you call First Mark Insurance?
I had the same insurance company for 30 years and just accepted all the premium increases as inflation or feeling tethered to them because I have earthquake coverage and was uncertain about being able to get that anywhere else. But when I talked to Ken at First Mark, wow, he came back with bigger umbrella policy, better earthquake coverage, which I didn't think was possible. And when he came down with the premium number, it was a no-brainer. We were saving over $2,500 a year. Don't wait, because it's annoying to think of what I could have done with that money over the last 10 years had I done something sooner.
Well, Dan did it. My family did it. You got to do it, and it's totally free. Take the First Mark Challenge today. See how much money they can save you and how much better your coverage will get. Maybe you will be the next First Mark Challenge victory that I get to talk to as well. Simply go to firstmarkinsurance.com, firstmarkinsurance.com.
Hi, I'm Chuck McDowell, the timeshare cancellation guy and founder of Wesley Financial Group. And I want to set the record straight. I am not an attorney. I've never wanted to be an attorney. And the truth is, I really don't even like attorneys. If I sound like an attorney, I'll apologize. But what I've learned in my 15 years in the timeshare cancellation business is you don't need to be an attorney to get folks out of their timeshare. After 15 years and over 50,000 cancellations, I can tell you with confidence, we know how to get you out of your timeshare. Call us today and we'll send you our timeshare exit guide absolutely free with all your options for cancellation. Attorneys, this was meant to be funny, so please don't sue me, especially my friend Kenneth from Black River Falls, Wisconsin.
Call now for your free timeshare exit info kit. 800-881-8686. That's 800-881-8686. 800-881-8686.
Shut up, Salk. It's Brock and Salk's weekly chat with ESPN senior baseball writer Jeff Passan.
Man, when you have a talent like him.
Brought to you by your Western Washington Toyota dealers.
I see this being the beginning of the best run in the history of this franchise.
On Seattle Sports and Seattle Sports on YouTube.
Well, that run has not yet started this year. It's been a little up and down. Some good moments, some bad moments. A lot of 3-3 homestands like the Mariners just had. Jeff Passan, good morning.
Gentlemen, how are you?
I was just learning about why it's called a nutmeg in soccer. Do you know why they call it a nutmeg?
I don't.
This was sent to me by a friend of mine. This is the explanation. The most popular historical theory comes from the 1800s spice trade. Nutmeg was a highly valuable commodity, and dishonest traders, often associated with Yankee peddlers in North America, would mix cheap, fake wooden replicas into sacks of real nutmegs. So being nutmegged came to mean being cleverly tricked or made to look foolish.
Oh.
I like that explanation. Yeah, it seems like soccer's got a really interesting and rich history.
It sure does. Yeah, thank God. Thank God we're getting to watch so much of it. All right, let's talk baseball. I want to start with Cal. We talked a lot about him yesterday. Can the Mariners be a great team if Cal Raleigh's not great?
Yes, I think so. I think that over time, and listen, it has not manifested itself in this past week. I don't know how you guys watch this offense and don't want to pull your hair out, or maybe you do. Maybe that's just how Mariners fans need to operate right now, because half the teams in baseball over the last week, their batting average is higher than the Mariners' slugging percentage in that time. The Mariners are slugging 249 over a full week. That is difficult to do, guys. And Cal Raleigh's part of that. I mean, he hit a bunch of singles this week, and the walks have been nice, and getting on base is great. But I think to be the best version of themselves, they need that. But I don't think to be a great team necessarily, if you have Randy Rosarena back, and if you have Colt Emerson in there every day, and if Brendan Donovan's back too, and when they're at full strength, I think there's greatness there still. We're just not seeing it right now. And frankly, guys, we're at the halfway point of the first half, and I don't know if we've seen it at any point. So the person in me who says if you haven't seen something for the first half of a season, that's probably what this team is. I think there's some truth to that, but I also just hold out hope, if I'm a Mariners fan right now, that they've got a run in them. And it's somewhere there. They just haven't found it yet.
Well, if you would have told, I think, all of us leaving spring training that the Mariners at the halfway point would have the second best run differential in the American League, we would have probably all nodded along and said, yeah, that makes sense, right? Jeff, what is going on? They have the second best run differential in the American League. And what did you just say? They slugged 2-something for an entire week?
Yeah, 249. Let's give some context here, Brock, because while what you said is very interesting, the numbers are a little bit misleading there. Right now, there are 4 teams in baseball that one could say are good. The Dodgers, clearly, best record, best run differential at plus 134. The Brewers are second at plus 120, and they have the third best record behind the Braves, who are at plus 96, and then the Yankees, the lone representative in the American League, at plus 110. The next team on the run differential list for all of Major League Baseball is the Chicago Cubs at plus 21, and sixth on the list is the Seattle Mariners at plus 17. So I'm not going to say that the Yankees have the American League wrapped up by any means. That would be a foolish thing to say. But I will say this, they are the distinct favorites right now because their offense has been able to generate enough to have the, triple-digit run differential, and because their starting pitching is going to be really, really difficult to handle if you have to go out there and face, Cam Schlittler and Garrett Cole and Max Fried and I don't know, maybe Tarek Skubal in a postseason series.
So is that a way of saying, I'm trying to understand exactly what that means. Is that a way of saying that we've all been talking about the National League being so much better than the American League? Is the difference maybe not that great? It's just that the National League has won more games against the American League, and that's kind of where it stands?
I think the difference is pretty great. Okay. I just say, when I'm looking at teams that in my head, I think this team has a reasonable path to the World Series right now. Starts with the Dodgers, of course, the Brewers, the Braves. I think we can all agree on those three being among the four best teams in baseball. But I look at the Phillies, man. They have a negative run differential at this point, but they also have Christopher Sanchez and Zach Wheeler at the top of their rotation. If you were to take 5 pitchers in Major League Baseball right now, I think Sanchez and Wheeler would probably be 2 of them. So that's a pretty daunting thing for any team to have to handle in a postseason series. The Chicago Cubs at one point had the best record in baseball. Their offense has slumped a little bit, but this past week, despite not hitting a lot of home runs, they did, I believe, bat over 300, slug over 500. It looks like the offense is back at least a little bit. I don't know that the Pittsburgh Pirates are World Series contenders necessarily, but I do know that facing Paul Skeens and Braxton Ashcraft and the other big arms that they have in a short series would be a difficult thing to do. And I just don't see a lot of teams in the American League. If you were to ask me who's the second best team right now or the second likeliest team to go to the World Series from the American League, I think I would probably say the Mariners, which if you've watched them this year is a wild thing to contend. It's a wild suggestion that team is the second best team in the American League, but who else is there? Like, who else would you look at and say, I'm concerned by this team? This team is scary on paper and on the field.
So Coach Dungy up on the walls there in Indianapolis when I was around, I think he did in Tampa too, would say no excuses, no explanation, execution, expectations. And that's fine for a player, but for an opinionist and an analyst like yourself, give me the 2 or 3 then explanations or excuses for why this team is sitting at 40-39 at the halfway point.
Oh, boy, where do we start? I think Cal has to be near the top between the injuries and the ineffectiveness, and comparing it to what you got last year, it's just a drastic drop-off. And when, an 8-win guy is playing like a 2-win guy, that's, 6 wins above replacement is a lot to make up. I think beyond that, here's the thing about the pitching. Like, the pitching's looked a lot better. Like, Logan Gilbert this past week, he looked like the Logan Gilbert that we've all come to expect this season, in his career. He looked like the front of the rotation guy. He looked like the guy who, if you're starting a playoff series tomorrow, is going to be your number one. So I think that's a good sign, especially like if he can get the home runs under control, then I think Logan Gilbert is a scary thing to be facing, and Bryce Miller same, and we saw Brian Wu and what he can do. We know what George Kirby can add. Like I'm not telling you guys anything you don't know right now. Like, this starting rotation is set up for success, but the bullpen. Thank God Andres Munoz was not as banged up as I was concerned about last week. He's had a really good week, but the bullpen depth, I think, is paramount for this team going forward. And Jose Ferrer's been really good, and Gabe Spire has been even better. And so if you can have Ferrer and Spire and Brash and Munoz, that's a good start. Pizzardo's been good himself. You look at each of the individuals, guys, on this team right now, and it looks like they should be a whole lot better than
They just can't hit left-handers either, Jeff. I mean, that's got to be way, way up there as you're kind of rattling through all of this. I'm kind of nodding along. Yeah, injuries are an enormous part of it, but injuries are all over the league this year. They're going to see this. They're going to see the Pirates without a couple of their big guns. And, I mean, it's just every team seemingly has guys out. So injuries are part of it for everybody, but they can't hit left-handers. Right, so Boston comes in and just absolutely shuts them down. Fortunately, Logan was brilliant. He'd come away and you scratch out 3 runs to find a way to win that one. But if they can't start hitting left-handed hitting, how far can this team really go?
Yeah, I mean, it's not the easiest thing in the world to like snap your fingers and say, go hit left-handed pitching right now.
I hear you. You're fiddling with your fingers. You're digging into your database. Where are they? Like, I remember vividly last year, Jeff, you saying to Salk and I, the whole league can't really hit lefties. Like the disparity statistically with righties and lefties was really, really strong. Does that remain at the halfway point this year? And are the Mariners really as inept as it feels like every time they face a lefty?
You know what? I don't have the specific numbers versus left-handed pitchers up right now. And so I don't know. Honestly, I don't know how bad it is compared to.
It's real bad.
It's bad.
I mean, bad, like bad compared to the league or bad just.
Yeah. I mean, yes. Just bad. Both.
When you have a lineup that's got a lot of lefties in it, I suppose that's going to be
and
part
the
of
guys
it.
you brought in, Rob Refsnyder and Victor Robles, they just haven't hit lefties.
That's especially considering how many of the good left-handers they're going to be facing in the postseason are part of these rosters. That does not bode well.
No. Hey, when we talked to you last week, we asked you what you thought. They were sort of on the verge of making their piggyback decision. You said you thought it was time to send Luis to the pen. I think it was either later that day or the next day they announced they were going to do this new version of the piggyback where they go through each player or each pitcher who will take a turn in both roles, and then they rolled it out again on Friday night. Where are you today on the whole thing?
Same place as I was. I just think, I appreciate the fact that this rotation gets along well enough and is as bought into the plan as it is that there's not any public complaining about this, that there's not seemingly a grand concern over where things are. And maybe they have been told that we're doing this through the All-Star break. And, after that, we're going to make an actual decision. But this just seems like kicking the can down the road. And I want Logan Gilbert pitching 7 or 8 innings. Like, I want him going into every game that he's pitching thinking, I'm going to finish this. And that, to me, is the issue with the piggyback. I understand that the Mariners appreciate that it gives their bullpen rest for a day. You know what else is capable of giving a bullpen rest for a day? A really good starting pitcher. And I understand a lot of these guys haven't been conditioned to throw complete games necessarily. So maybe that's a little bit outlandish. But if you have a starter who goes 7 innings, he's more or less giving your bullpen a rest for the day.
Yeah.
He's putting you in a good position to win.
And you saw what happened on Friday where, Bryce dominates for 5 innings. He comes out, Luis comes in, he gives it up. I mean, it just really was sort of the advertisement for the problems with it. But then the flip side is, and we've heard from some folks, and we talked to Logan, I think I mentioned earlier before you came on today, and he was saying, well, I don't think it's going to, it's only a couple of innings. It's not that big a difference. And Ryan Rowland-Smith mentioning that, maybe they're trying to keep Luis a starter to eventually deal him. It does seem like the biggest benefit to it is just keeping their options open. So do you think there's a chance that they trade one of their starters and bring up Kate Anderson at some point maybe before the trade deadline?
I don't see it being likely. I also don't discount it entirely. I mean, it would not be an unreasonable thing to do, but the question is which starter. And the second question to that is, what are you going to be able to get back for all these guys. And the Mariners are in a pretty unique position because of their rotation depth, that they could trade off of their major league roster to whether it's bulk up the farm system or address things on the big league roster right now. I'll say this, big leaguer for big leaguer trades mid-season can be very difficult to pull off. I'm not going to call it like a relic of the 70s and 80s, the challenge trade, so to speak. But I'll say that those kinds of deals are rare, period. They're even rarer at the deadline. So, to what end are they trading one of those starting pitchers? Things could theoretically, guys, line up pretty well for them to do so, depending on what the standings look like. Because right now, we don't know which teams are selling. We have a decent idea on some of them, like Kansas City is going to sell. Boston is going to sell. I don't know how much Boston's going to or who Boston's going to, or if a guy like Wilson Contreras is going to be available, or if he would even want to go or would exercise his no trade protection. But Boston's going to sell. In the American League, also the Angels. But I don't even think the Astros at this point are compelled to. And then you go into the National League, and that's probably Rockies and Giants, yes. But beyond that, all those other teams can make a pretty good case that they have a playoff caliber roster. So what you're left with in that situation is a potential paucity of starting pitching out there. And if there are very few starting pitchers out there, guys, then I think it would behoove the Mariners to at least consider moving one of theirs. But I don't think that is the great priority at this point.
You know what Cade Anderson has done? He's given up a paucity of runs. I think you said to us 2 weeks ago that you have never really seen, not like for this year, but maybe forever. Jeff, he gave up, 5 runs in one game? And outside of that, he's given up, I believe, 2 runs in every other start this season.
Yeah, 2 runs in 11 games.
What are we doing? What is he doing down at
AA? He's doing what the guy who everyone thought was the best player in the draft last year should be doing. And just the confluence of things that led Cade Anderson to the Mariners is pretty remarkable to look at. The Nationals fire Mike Rizzo, their longtime general manager, a guy who I believe had Anderson at the top of his board. And Eli Willits, who's been tremendous, by the way, went with the first overall pick, and that was so the Nationals could spread around bonus money. It was a function of the system where you're not necessarily incentivized to take the best player first overall. Then with the second pick, the Angels decide to do the same thing and pick Tyler Bremner and sign him for way under slot. Tyler Bremner's been very good so far as well. But all the smart draft people with whom I spoke last year said Cade Anderson's best player in this draft. And the fact that the Mariners, having won the lottery and ascended to that spot and had this guy fall into their laps, it is a generational gift. And I'm going to, I want to say very clearly, there's an acronym that people in baseball use, and it's TINS TAP. And TINS TAP means there is no such thing as a pitching prospect. Now, the reason you say that is because pitching prospects get hurt, and pitching prospects, as they ascend levels, run into problems. And pitching is just the most difficult thing in the game to predict. But I feel comfortable saying if Cade Anderson stays healthy, he's going to be an all-star for many years to come for the Mariners.
Yeah, going from 17 to 3 in the lottery was a pretty helpful part of that story. Just amazing. You asked about the Mariners' numbers against lefties, by the way.
I saw.
The 208,
Good Lord Almighty.
618 OPS. They are last in batting average, last in OPS, last in slugging, 29th in on-base percentage.
Yeah, it's pretty grim.
It's not good. So what do you do? I mean, like, do you go for someone like a? It's funny. You look at the Mariners team and you're like, well, I don't really see an obvious spot where you would want to like bring someone in. You've got a catcher. You like your first baseman, even though he's not hitting all that well. You're not going to replace Naylor. You like your two guys, even though they're young up the middle. J.P. Crawford has been really good at third base, by the way, since moving over there. That's kind of a fun thing. Yep. You're not going to do anything with Julio. You're not going to do anything with Randy. And honestly, when he's been healthy, Luke Raley's been their best hitter this year, and Dominic Canzone looks like a certified pro. So the only thing you really add to that is somebody to replace Refsnyder. And you're going to go get Wilson Contreras and put him in a Rob Refsnyder role where he's only playing against lefties a few days a week? Like, that doesn't make sense. So I am curious how you find a way to change that number and bring in impact, even if, let's say you did want to play or trade for Wilson Contreras. How would you go about doing that and finding the right number of at-bats?
Is he your everyday DH?
But then what do you do with Canzone? I'm not saying that you can't. Wilson Contreras is an upgrade from Dom Canzone, but Dominic Canzone's good enough to play every day. So how do you handle something like that?
Oh, can I say this? And I hate to get too sat.
You can say it.
Thank you. I appreciate it. The grace of a good host. I hate to go full stat nerd here, but when I'm looking at the numbers of the Mariners versus left-handed pitching, the one thing that stands out beyond them being bad, like they're undeniably bad, but they have a 245 average on balls in play. So that means anything that's put into the field of play, not home runs, is landing for a hit a little bit less than 25% of the time. Mm-hmm. Over the last 5 years in Major League Baseball, not a single team has had a BABIP, batting average on balls in play, against left-handed pitching below right around 260. So I think the Mariners are in line for some positive regression at some point to get. But I'm not saying they're going to be good. I'm just saying on top of bad, they have also been unlucky. And that luck over the course of a full season tends to even itself out. And the average on balls in play in MLB now is around 290. So if you add, I'm not even going to say add 45 points. Let's just add another 30 points. Let's say their BABIP is 275, which would be in the 33rd percentile right there. Suddenly they're hitting 240 and they're slugging 375 and they're getting on base, 32% of the time. And that's not good, but it sure isn't what it is right now. So I suppose I have a little bit of hope that against lefties, they are going to pick things up.
Well, and we can back that up, by the way. They're somewhere in the 10 to 13 range in walks against lefties, strikeouts against lefties, home runs against lefties. So all those other numbers, but man, that OPS number it's a tough one to look for. All right, Jeff, we got to go. We're running late. But thank you. This was fun, as always. We'll do it next week.
Look forward to it, boys.
All right,
Have a great rest
Brock
of the
and I
week.
aren't going to be in next week, so you might be talking to some other folks. We have to work through all this. I don't know whether that's in your contract or not. Are you allowed to talk to other people?
Am I allowed to? Yes, but
we have former Mariner Charlie Furbush.
Yeah, former Mariner Charlie Furbush on the show.
Lefty. There we go.
Is that right?
Yeah.
Yes, there you go.
Oh, my God, from the famous Fister for Furbush trade.
Sounds like you're in.
What a
I don't know. We'll
tease.
chat
What
later.
a
Goodbye,
tease.
Jeff. We got to go.
Bye, guys.
There you go, Jeff Passan. I can't believe you remember that. Oh, that's hilarious. That guy is unique. All right, Brock, we got an hour to go. We got John Forslund at 9:30. We'll come right back on Brock and Salk.
The Mariners, battered and bruised, avoided a Red Sox sweep.
Canzone goes to a dive. He makes the grab. He picks himself up. He fires the ball to second. It's a double play.
Now, it's It's back on the road with the first of 3 against the Pirates in Pittsburgh this afternoon. First pitch at 3:40, 2:30 pregame.
6th strikeout for Logan Gilbert on his game today.
Hear every pitch of every game on the free Seattle Sports app.
This summer, Western Washington drives Toyota Tacoma. Now through June 30th, lease a new 26 Tacoma SR5 4x4 for $299 a month for 36 months with $39.99 due at signing for a contract cost of $14,763. Excludes all applicable taxes and government fees. A negotiable dock fee of $200 is included with approved credit through TFS. Price will vary based on accessories. Call 1-888-48-TOYOTA for details or go to toyota.com. Toyota, let's go places.
Start having fun. Caesar Sportsbook at Muckleshoot Casino Resort is your #1 place to eat, drink, watch, and have fun. Keep up with your favorite sports anywhere and everywhere on property with the mobile app. Visit muckleshootcasino.com today. Scan the QR code and let the play begin.
Grill math is simple. More people to feed means more food and supplies and more reasons to save big. Get more out of summer at Chef Store with warehouse savings for your restaurant, food truck, or barbecue. Open to the public, no membership required. Visit Chef Store today.
For 250 years, America has been built by hardworking people, and PAR is proud to celebrate that legacy. This summer, save on grills, fasteners, and American-made cabinets. Visit par.com for sale dates and details. PAR, where the builders go.
You've probably heard all those ads for life insurance. Just a few dollars a day, apply online in minutes, no medical exam. Simple, easy, and cheap, right? Now you're thinking, maybe I should get a quote. Well, smart thinking. Everyone should have life insurance. But here's what they don't tell you. Those few dollars a day rates, they're for young people in perfect health. That's why everyone calls Big Lou the 50 to 60-year-old not-so-perfect candidate. Like you. You take prescription meds, and you're overweight. Winner, winner, fried chicken dinner. Well, Big Lou works with life insurance companies that want people like you, with no surprises after you apply. In fact, if you're a 50-year-old guy with a few health glitches, Lou could probably find you $1 million of term life coverage for about $200 a month. So, yeah, you need life insurance. But unless you're young and healthy, you gotta call Big Lou, because he's like you, older, heavier, and on meds, too. Get a quote right now at 800-568-2790, 800-568-2790, or biglou.com.
Culture is a belief. When we have a new hire orientation, it's pretty impactful because there's a lot of people that don't realize that a car dealer has been in business for 93 years and has, built ball fields. And so then they start asking more questions. And then you go back to the store and you see relationships and friendships, and you see legacy employees who have been here for 30 years. And then it's like, why is it different? I can't put my finger on it. What is this? Well, that's culture. You feel it, and then you're like, oh my gosh, this feels really, really good. And before you know it, now that individual is the one fostering that environment of culture. So then when the next person comes through the door, all of a sudden it's like, you can identify it and you say, this person can feel it. And then all of a sudden, what have we just done? We've built culture.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
The world's game is on display in the Seattle area, and so is your next adventure. At Bellevue Adventures, take on a 7-line zipline tour, a 2-story aerial course, and a 36-foot climbing wall, all just east of the city in Bellevue. Whether you're in town for the matches or you call the east side home, come climb, zip, and soar this summer. Now through July 6th, use code SOCCER26. That's SOCCER26 for 10% off all general admission. Book today at BellevueAdventures.com.
Hi, how can I help? Well, my husband and I feel like we've outgrown our current money manager. I see. Our lives have changed, and we need something more than just mutual funds to help us in retirement.
She's right.
I hear that often. At Fisher Investments, we'd start by getting to know you, your finances, family, health, lifestyle. We tailor a portfolio around your goals and needs.
Sounds good.
Can you help with estate planning? Yes. We have a team of specialists who can help you with estate planning, Social Security, investment income, and more. We'll get to know your whole financial picture and help keep you on the path to a comfortable retirement.
And your fees?
We have a simple, transparent fee that's a percentage of the value of your portfolio. So we do better when you do better.
I feel better already.
At Fisher Investments, we're clearly different. Learn more at fisherinvestments.com/different. Investing in securities involves the risk of loss.
This is Seattle Sports.
Streaming through the Seattle Sports app.
KIRO AM Seattle. KIRO FM HD2 Tacoma. Home of the Seahawks, Mariners, and everything Seattle sports.
This hour is brought to you by Davis Law Group.
Give me a freaking auto! From the Quantum Fiber Studio, this is Brock and Salk on Seattle Sports.
Brock Ewart is my hero.
Jay Buhner just punched me in the kidney.
We're going to accuse you of manager.
Doesn't really work that way, Sherm. This is a show that has my name on it.
It kind of does, though.
Now, here are your hosts, Brock Ewart and Mike Salk.
Hello! Yeah, some of the trying to deal with the trade deadline this year is just... It's more challenging, it feels like, than ever. Just the way the Mariner team is constructed, where their needs are and where they've struggled. A lot of their struggles have come from places where you expected to succeed, and some of their failures have come in places, or opposite rather. Some of the places where they've succeeded is places where you thought you might be looking to upgrade. I mean, again, Dominic Canzone's numbers are great. I'm not looking at...
You keep saying Rayleigh's been the best hitter. No, it's been Dom's been the best hitter.
All right, fine. I mean, but either one of them, like... Together, they've both been really, really good. Thanks to the 206, Canzone's got a 156 WRC plus compared to Contreras' 145. Has a better XWOBA as well. Like, yeah. I wasn't trying to knock Dom Canzone. If anything, it was just the opposite of saying, like, well, if you want to try to upgrade, where are you going to do it? If you believe that what Canzone has done is real, then don't touch it. Right? You don't want a Contreras. You might look for like a lower level right-handed platoon bat to take some of those away from Refsnyder, but you're not going to go and give up as much as you would have to get Contreras because you wouldn't really have anywhere to play him. Right? I mean, that's sort of the challenge to me, unless you want to start, taking away some left-handed at bats for Josh Naylor. It feels pretty early in his contract to start doing that. So I thought, I don't know, I've just been struggling to figure out how they're going to do what they want to do at the deadline. Talked about this on Friday, and people were like, come on, Salk, it's obvious. They need a right-handed power bat, and they need a reliever. Like, okay, well, I'm not disagreeing. Everybody could use a reliever, but you do have Luis Castillo, who has a possibility to move to the bullpen and be a leverage arm. I think he'd be really good at it. Kate Anderson's going to come up at some point. They've said Ryan Sloan could be available at some point later this summer as a reliever. Like, I'm not saying you don't need a reliever, but you could make an argument anyway that you have three guys that you could be adding to the pen that would make your bullpen ridiculous if they are as good as they can be. And, oh, by the way, you're still kind of waiting on Munoz to be Munoz again. So, yes, would it be great to have Mason Miller in this pen? Sure. Of course it would.
But you do need to add, you got to figure this left-handed pitching thing out because it really doesn't matter. Say for a couple games, again, against the A's where he took care of some lefties, it has been just a trial the entire season. So is there, and you are a very left-handed dominant team, right? Imbalanced in that way. And even some of your young prospects and Laz and Carmelo and those guys, right, are all left-handed hitting, guys too. So where is a difference-making right-handed bat? They can play every day.
Well, you can't. Where are you going to put a right-handed bat every day? I think that's the challenge.
That I guess that is the challenge.
That's why Rob Refsnyder, the idea of Rob Refsnyder is so perfect. You're actually not looking for a right-handed bat to play every day. You're looking for a right-handed bat to just play against lefties in platoon. But I don't have an obvious candidate for that. That's kind of the challenge. So I like Brent's article that was up at seattlesports.com. Our guy, Brent Stecker, who's our editor.
Born and raised.
Yes, one and only. He had a couple of buy low suggestions for the Mariners. Caleb Durbin, who we just saw play for the Red Sox this past weekend. I mean, the Red Sox are going to sell. Caleb Durbin is not having a very good year. I mean, he's got an OPS plus of 82, but he did come in here and tear up the Mariners and tear up T-Mobile Park to the tune of going 7 for 11 with a home run, 2 doubles, 2 stolen bases. And anytime, as Brent says, a right-hander hits at T-Mobile Park, you should at least take notice that that might mean something. The other name he mentioned was Mark Vientos of the Mets, a guy who's kind of played a bunch of different roles there. They talked about him in the last year or two. He's also not having a very good season, but could he be better, an upgrade for Refsnyder without having to give up too much? Yeah, I think both those guys could do that. Do either of those names intrigue you? It's not like adding, someone like Wilson Contreras, who's like a top-notch player.
Mm-hmm.
Do you want to try something like that? Or at that point, are you just like, man, I feel just as good about letting Refsnyder try to figure it out?
I mean, I don't know how much more you can roll out Rob right now. I mean, sincerely, what is his WRC plus? 26?
It's very bad.
Yeah. I mean, it just, and I feel bad for him, like terribly as like a human being, because this is the last thing he wants to do when he gets his first big payday at 35 years of age, right? He wants to go earn it. He wants to go perform. So I don't know how much longer, you gave the AJ Pollock.
I mean, any of these guys would be a big upgrade. Rob Refsnyder has an OPS plus of 26. I don't have WRC plus in front of me, but his OPS plus is 26, meaning he is 75% worse than the average major leaguer. Mark Vientos, though, is at 80. It's not like that's great. This Caleb Durbin guy is at 82. I mean, yes, that would actually be, maybe that is what you're looking for. Maybe you are looking for a right-handed bat who is somewhere, in the 80 to 100 range in terms of OPS plus. Like he's just something akin to average or just below it. Yeah.
Even if you're league, I mean, all the times we have said that over the years, just be league average offensively. With this pitching, just be league average as an offensive line with the rest of the defense. Just be league, just try to kind of get to that league average point. A little bit what Jeffrey was talking about with their BABIP, right? If that BABIP also just kind of, pops itself up to the mean.
And we, by the way, we've been killing Rob Refsnyder. Everybody's been talking about Rob Refsnyder. He's not the only one who is being counted on to hit righty or lefties here who has not done the job. As much as I love Victor Robles, I mean, his OPS plus 57. He's not done it at all.
Like overall or just versus lefties?
Overall. I mean, I guess I could look at what that is against lefties. I can get to the splits, but you get my point. I mean, Victor was another guy you sort of counted on to play mostly in that role, and I know he was hurt, but that was part of the deal for Victor Robles too, and unfortunately, he's not done that at all. I mean, his OPS against lefties is lower than it is against righties, so.
Yep.
I mean,
Cal, obviously, is a big part of that too.
Yeah. But Cal's going to, you're not going to replace Cal.
Nope.
Victor, you got to wait and just hope that it works out on Cal. Victor Robles and Rob Refsnyder, those are not names etched in stone. So if you were to take a 53 OPS plus and a 25 OPS plus and turn it into an 80 and an 82 OPS plus, is that enough? And then you add in some of the regression to the mean that you're hoping for from Passan, like maybe that is enough, and you don't need to go out and get the impact back, because the problem is I don't entirely know where you're going to play those guys. Like, unless you're trading a guy like Canzone and you think you can get back real significant value in return, hard for. I'm curious. I'm fascinated. I'd love to see the way they pull this off, because it is going to be a very interesting trade deadline or a complete dud for the Mariners.
And usually it's not. I mean, usually they have been very active. They've been at times creative, and they don't sit pat. This acquisition phase has been one of their most active and one of their most, frankly, beneficial to the roster and to the team over the years.
And by the way, if they stand pat, it's not because they didn't want to do something. It's that you're going to look at it and say they're the right fit. It's going to be very tricky to find the right fit for this roster that will help them, succeed into October. All right. John Forslund, speaking of people that have had trouble finding the right fit, let's talk about the Kraken with Forslund in 20 after everything you need to know next.
Have you downloaded the Seattle Sports app?
We're going to have a challenge right here.
What are you waiting for?
Listen to this.
Every pitch.
Here comes the 3-2.
Every game.
Swung on and missed. Got him.
One app for free.
How about that, folks?
The Seattle Sports app. Every game.
Julio racing back.
Right in the palm of your hands.
Makes a leap and makes the catch.
Plus the latest Mariners news, insider access, video, and podcasts.
They got it. Wow.
The Seattle Sports app.
Well, we got a cool acronym last hour, a baseball acronym, TINSTAP, that I had never heard before. But by now, you've got to know the acronym PCF. People Come First Construction Group. And if you've been dreaming of that new deck, then you better get a hold of PCF before the good weather arrives. And you knew there was going to be rain coming in before the 4th of July. There always is. But after that, it will be some good weather, and you're going to want to enjoy your deck, your patio cover, your heater, and fireplace. So get a hold of my friends at PCF. And for a limited time, when you get a hold of them, you get 50% off demolition costs. That's up to $5,000 when you book your project right now. They designed and built our outdoor living space some years ago. And, Molly's a designer and has an eye for all that stuff. And, man, did they check every single box. We loved it. Start planning and designing your dream deck now so you're ready to build this summer. Planning, permitting, construction, they could take a little bit of time. So get your party started today. Ideas, browse their photos, find all the offer details, like $5,000 off your demo costs at pcfgroup.com. That's pcfgroup.com.
Do you need a new roof? Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and secure $500 off your project this summer. Our technicians build a custom plan to ensure a high-quality roof installation every time. 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Hey everyone, Rick Witters with Cressy Door. At Cressy Door, we offer top-of-the-line garage door service, and garage door repairs. Residential or commercial, please consider Cressy Door for all of your garage door needs. Cressy Door.
I got to ride in the brand new all-electric Arc Sport, and it was a luxury EV on the water. Stacy here. You hop aboard immediately and feel like you're someone important. Luxury finishes, clean, tech throughout. Driving it is smooth, and it has that impressive kick you expect from an EV. Charging it is really easy, and not paying for gas is a huge plus. Book a free demo and see it for yourself in Lake Union, Lake Washington, and Lake Sammamish. Schedule your demo at arcboats.com/demo. If you can't make it to them in Kirkland, they'll come pick you up. arcboats.com/demo.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history, all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
It's a fact. When your eyes work correctly, light focuses through both your cornea and your lens to give you high-quality vision. Hi, it's Dr. Kopstein from K2 Vision. Here's another fact. As we near age 50, we begin to lose the quality and function of our natural lens. That's when we start to reach for reading glasses and contemplate those cataracts on the horizon, typically in our 70s or later, but inevitable if we get old enough. Fortunately, K2 Vision has the advanced permanent solution for both, refractive lens exchange, or RLE. K2 Vision RLE is a quick, painless procedure that restores distance and near vision permanently. Plus, another thing is permanent. You will never develop a cataract. After over 20 years replacing over 100,000 failing lenses, we will help you determine when it's your right time for RLE.
Schedule your free Zoom consult today at K2VisionRLE.com. K2 Vision RLE. No readers, glasses, contacts, or cataracts.
Mariners and Pirates today in Pittsburgh. First pitch at 3:40, 2:30 pregame. Every pitch, every game, one app for free. The Seattle Sports app.
T-Mobile has an exclusive bundle for customers 55 and up.
I'm Sarah Bowl.
Yeah, I'm Frank Bowl.
A reliable network is key for us. And with T-Mobile, it's been wonderful. And going to the 55 plus plan saved us so much money.
A lot.
And that's important. Trying to keep costs down. The home internet's been perfect. It's fast, it's quick. The setup was so easy, it took less than 15 minutes.
It was like, ta-da! If you want simplicity, coverage, reliability, you want the whole package, T-Mobile has it. Right now, T-Mobile customers 55 and up can get 2 phone lines on America's best network, plus America's fastest 5G home internet for just $30 each.
$30 per month each line with autopay plus taxes and fees. Minimum age 55. Pricing for home internet rely on 2 lines of essentials. Choice 55. $35 connection charge per line required. Best mobile network and fastest 5G home internet based on analysis by Ookla of Speed Test Intelligence data 2H 2025. All rates reserved.
If the world were like a Sleep Number mattress, everything would adapt for your comfort. Because as your life changes and your body changes, Sleep Number mattresses adapt and shift to give you personalized comfort night after night. And right now, new mattresses start at $1,500 during our 4th of July sale. To experience a whole new world of comfort, visit a Sleep Number store or go to sleepnumber.com. Sleep Number. To a good life sleep.
Meet Lee Platz, a renter whose possessions fill not only her apartment, but also the darkest corners of a mini storage unit. A land of both truth and fiction. Truth, everything inside is protected by Progressive. Fiction, one day Lee will fit into her clothes from senior year of high school. Renters, discover coverage for what you love and what you can't get rid of in Progressive's Protection Zone. Get a quote at Progressive.com. Progressive Casualty Insurance Company, affiliates, and third-party insurers.
Need to know.
15 minutes past every hour with Brock and Salk.
Presented by Marquee Data. Here's what you need to know. Up first.
All right, Mariners and Pirates, Brock. Couple of mascots that like to be on a boat. You thought about the battle of the Mariner versus the Pirate?
Ooh.
Two seafaring franchises? Makes a lot more sense in Seattle, which is, on the water.
Well, they're on the Three Rivers, so.
I mean, I don't think of pirates as being big. Are there river
sure,
pirates?
They go through the rivers to the ocean.
You got river pirates?
Sure.
I tend to think of pirates as being on the open sea. Or in the Caribbean.
Oh, no.
Oh, really?
No.
Pirates are big on rivers?
You're robbing steamboat casinos or something?
Absolutely.
I never heard of river pirates. I'm not saying they didn't exist, but they're not exactly famous.
They took down those paddle boats, man.
Why are they? How can you be the pirates in Pittsburgh? You're not even on the ocean. This never even occurred to me until now.
Wow.
That might be a worse nickname than the Bucks. I'm horrified by this. Sheesh. Maybe there's a story behind
River
it.
Pirates is a thing.
It is?
Yeah.
I'm Googling it.
Where?
Apparently there was a movie.
About river pirates?
It's called The River Pirates from 1988.
I mean, there's also a movie called Ice Pirates and Space Pirates, but that doesn't mean they're things.
No, but it says they did exist.
Mm-hmm.
According to AI, the Pirates got their name in 1891 after rival teams in the American Association accused the Pittsburgh club of pirating or illegally stealing second baseman Luis Burbauer from the Philadelphia Athletics.
Oh, yeah.
So it's not even about
Everybody
pirates.
remembers him.
Uh-huh.
It's not even about pirates. I wonder if anyone in this audience has ever seen the movie Ice Pirates. If you have, God love you. George Kirby will go tonight against Mitch Keller. And again, no Paul Skeens in the series. Mariners miss him. No Connor Griffin. No O'Neill Cruz. They're both on the IL.
So let's play this out. So it'll be Kirby tonight.
Yeah.
We know that Logan's not going, and Logan and Emerson until Saturday. So we go Kirby tonight.
Yeah, I think it's then Wu and then Miller.
Castillo.
Well, I don't know where Castillo goes in this.
Oh, boy.
I know, it doesn't make sense. Maybe Logan was wrong. That also wouldn't be, totally shocking. It's like, oh, I thought it was Saturday. Turns out it's Sunday. I don't know. Who the heck knows? The rotation's very up in the air right now. That's all I do know. Hey, but congrats to Logan. AL Player of the Week, 18 strikeouts, a 1.35 ERA in his 2 starts. He was awesome, and it was great to talk to him earlier. If you missed that, you can find it on YouTube, or you can find it on the Seattle or the Brock and Salk podcast page a little bit later today.
Here's the second thing you need to know.
All right, well, it sounds like the U.S. team has all their options in front of them. They've made the next round. They've made it to the knockout.
What would you like them to do, Salk? Do you want them to rest their starters?
That's a good question. I mean, you know how I feel about that. I don't want anybody to get hurt. So I guess I would say yes, but resting all of them feels a little extreme.
Yeah.
In soccer, it's
This is Landon Donovan, excuse me, former U.S. men's
Great
national
hair
team.
now, too, by the way.
In soccer, it's unique in that they played Friday. This next game will be Thursday. The following game, I think, would be the next Wednesday. So Friday to that next Wednesday is what, 11 days?
Yeah,
12 days?
about 11, 12 days.
You're not going to lose in soccer. You're not going to lose rhythm or fitness in 12 days. So they would be fine. If I am Mauricio Pochettino for this game Thursday, I'm playing a completely different 11 players. Okay. I'm resting all of my guys who have played these 2 games because there's no need to play them. You don't want to risk an injury. You don't want to risk someone getting another yellow card and getting suspended or getting a red card and getting suspended. It's just not worth it.
What a great name, by the way. Mauricio Pochettino.
Is it?
It has a little rhythm to it.
Yeah. You get a lot of text messages about people who've seen Ice Pirates. I'm glad to know that. That's where I learned what a eunuch was. All right. Well, I brought something important up today. Also nice to see that Seattle is being heralded, Brock. Yes. Honored for just how great it's been here for the World Cup.
As it should. I mean, quite a spectacle last Friday, and we're going to get a couple more of them this week, and then hopefully the U.S. team for the round of 16, which would be an utter, absolute madhouse.
That sounds like it would be pretty crazy. I'm curious to see what... Well, I'm not really. Let's move on. I was trying to be nice, but I can't do it.
Here's the third thing you need to know.
I'll be nice to Linda Cohn, who I absolutely adore. She retires this coming Friday after 34 years behind the SportsCenter desk. I love this quote from Linda. What I'm most proud of is that my career lasted long enough for me to see little girls grow up watching SportsCenter, enter the business, and succeed. If my journey helped make that path a little easier for them, then that's the achievement I will cherish most. We're going to talk to her, not next week, but the week after.
Very cool.
And I just having worked with Linda a couple times, she's awesome. She really is just great. She's just a tremendous person. She's passionate, kind, easy to be around. I think the world of her. And she did, in her conversation with Rich Eisen, mention her early experience, including Cairo TV.
Anything to get a VHS tape together.
VHS tape.
VHS people, the younger watchers and listeners,
Yes.
That was what we did. We didn't have YouTube and anything like this to show off how good we could be, or at least the potential for what. So I made a VHS tape, and I sent it out everywhere, and Seattle came calling for me a year later after I sent out the VHS tape. And that was really my big break before this, for ESPN. So Cairo TV, Seattle, Washington, that was 15th largest market. So I went from working 7 days a week doing radio and volunteering for little cable TV on Long Island to getting the Seattle job as a sportscaster and a sports reporter.
And made her way down the Puyallup to talk to Billy Joe Hobart and Mike Ewart and crew in those late
Big
80s.
moment. Big moment, I'm sure, in her career. All right, that is...
She'll tell you about it in 2 weeks.
That's everything you need to know. 4:15 every hour here on the Brock
And Tony
Salk Show.
Castricone, by the way, speaking of broadcasters, followed the footsteps of Bob Rondo. Bob did it for decades. Those are big, big shoes to fill. He filled them, and now he's going to get to be the voice of the Tampa Bay Buccaneers. So kudos to Tony on that promotion, that opportunity to get to the NFL. And great.
Buccaneers a pirate, right?
Yeah, in Tampa Bay,
right
out there,
right on the water.
Yeah, out there on the water.
Yeah, right on the water.
Sure.
Perfect place for a pirate. Makes good, clean sense.
Okay.
Pittsburgh pirate. Like
do we want to do this with all the mascots? Was there jazz in Utah?
Well, no, that's a terrible mascot. Also, they came from New Orleans.
They came from New Orleans,
right?
Okay.
Lakers makes no sense either, but they came from Minneapolis or Minnesota. They made sense where they were originally.
Okay.
This is just this mascot is nonsense.
What's a Titan?
Like a giant.
Why are there Titans in Nashville?
There are Titans anywhere. I mean, you're just naming it after a ferocious, mythological.
I'm gonna spend some time during
giant.
the break and find the dumbest mascots.
It's the Milwaukee Bucks. It's prey. I mean, I've said this before. It's a deer. You're not afraid of deer. A deer gets shot. Like that's their biggest accomplishment.
Oh, really? You get a big old buck coming your way. I'll know what you'll do. You'll turn tail and
Brock.
duck.
They're most known for being they're animals. They're prey animals. They get
Not
killed.
Big bucks.
They get killed by other
big
animals
bucks will
that are
take
actual hunters.
They'll take those antlers and they will gore you.
You take the deer. I'll take the wolf and the lion and the cub, the bear and the like. Are you kidding me? You want the deer? All right, I'll give you the deer. Do you also want the squirrel? Maybe the mosquito?
What do you want, a torrent?
I mean, at least a torrent is a brutal rush of water. I mean, I'm not saying that's the greatest nickname, but I'll take it over a deer. Definitely the worst in sports. Worse than the banana slugs. At least that one's funny. John Forslund is going to join us next on Brock and Salk.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up next at 10.
That's right. That's what this news feels like.
Committee for
So there's going to be a committee to decide whether they're going to make an announcement and when they're going to make an announcement.
Give Seattle a team.
Bump and Stacy with Michael Bumpus and Stacy Ross next at 10.
I hope you guys are prepared to be embarrassed by my behavior.
We're going to be on Hard Knocks for sure.
We're definitely going to be on Hard Knocks because I will drag us in front of these cameras.
On Seattle Sports.
All right, Mike Salk here for my friends at Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel. Bunch of good shows coming up at the brand new concert ballroom. It's awesome. David Spade for comedy. That is going to be August 15th. Chris Tucker's actually coming up later this week, Friday, June 26th. That's this Friday. Pretty cool. Jabberwocky's going to be here. Hinder's going to be here Friday, July 3rd. I love Queensryche. They'll be here Thursday, October 8th. You want to see that full lineup? Go to snocasino.com and get tickets there as well. It is Seattle's closest Snoqualmie Casino and Hotel.
Do you have stiff laundry or scale buildup on your sinks and showers? Those are classic signs of hard water. At Culligan, they deliver softer, cleaner water throughout your entire home. A Culligan water softener removes the hardness from your water and extends the life of your appliances. Plus, it can improve the quality of your skin and hair. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Go to Culligan.com. That's Culligan.com. Contaminants or impurities may not be in your water.
Hey Seattle, Jake Bobo from Techline Roofing. Are you in the market for a new roof? With the strongest workmanship warranty in the business, Techline Roofing has you covered. Take advantage of our easy financing and our summer special. Trust Techline.
Upgrade your home with Lake Washington Windows and Doors. Be among the first 40 June projects to sign up for 5 or more installed windows and receive a free patio door. Plus, enjoy 12 months no interest, no payments financing. LakeWashingtonWindows.com.
They call this one Bill.
Whoa, aliens? Am I in a spaceship?
Affirmative, Bill.
What's with the laser saw?
Relax. We are cutting our bill in half.
What?
An Xfinity mobile transmission says you can cut your bill in half.
Oh, your mobile bill, not me, Bill.
Xfinity Mobile also says we can try it free for a year. Free.
Yes, with no commitment. Can we put the saw away?
I am reluctant. But we will find another being to bisect.
That's not sci-fi. It's Xfinity Mobile. Xfinity Internet members cut your mobile bill in half. Plus, try Xfinity Mobile free for a year. No commitment. Learn more at xfinitymobile.com. Xfinity. Imagine that. Restrictions apply. Xfinity Internet required. Savings compares one line of Xfinity Mobile Select to comparable plans from T-Mobile, Verizon, and AT&T as of 3/24/26. Taxes, fees, extra. $30 monthly discount limited to new mobile customers only. After 12 months, regular rates apply.
In 2026, Bay Alarm celebrates 80 years of security. For the Puget Sound, that means local service including burglar and fire alarm systems, 24/7 in-house monitoring, and custom security designed to work with business operations. Bay Alarm has real people rooted in your community looking out for your business. After 8 decades and 3 generations of family ownership, our promise is still the same. We got you. Learn more at bayalarm.com.
There's a sink at the brink and a drain that's a pain.
DayandNight.net.
Slow drain? Backed up toilet? Call Day and Night to save $100 off any drain cleaning.
Hi, I'm Bruce with Day and Night Plumbing and Heating. From a slow drain to a major backup, no drain is too big or too small. Whether we're your first choice or smart second opinion, I guarantee our experts will solve any drain problem, day or night.
Now get $100 off any drain cleaning.
DayandNight.net.
Compassion, communication, results. That's Pendergast Law Personal Injury Lawyers. Go to pendergastlaw.com. That's pendergastlaw.com.
Are you an adult with uncontrolled moderate to severe Crohn's disease symptoms and still packing a backup bag of clothes? Just in case? Skyrizi Risankizumab Riza can help you take control of your Crohn's. Feel significant symptom relief, including less abdominal pain and fewer bowel movements at 4 weeks. Plus, Skyrizi is proven to help people achieve remission and visibly improve damage of the intestinal lining. Individual results may vary. Skyrizi is a prescription injection medicine. Don't use if allergic to Skyrizi. Serious allergic reactions, increased infections, or lower ability to fight them may occur. Before treatment, get checked for infections and tuberculosis. Tell your doctor about any flu-like symptoms or vaccines. Liver problems leading to hospitalization may occur when treated for Crohn's. Ready to take control of your Crohn's? Ask your doctor about Skyrizi, the #1 prescribed biologic in Crohn's disease.
Control is everything to me.
Learn more at skyrizi.com or call 1-866-SKYRIZI.
Guys, I'll never forget the first time I saw somebody get results at our clinic. He was an 81-year-old man who hadn't been intimate with his wife in over 8 years. Viagra had stopped working for him, and he was desperate for help. After several treatments, he walked into my office and told me he couldn't believe the results. Needless to say, this was a very happy man. This man made me a believer in what we do. He had taken pills for years, but he had never fixed the problem. When he came to us, we fixed the problem. Our treatment does what no pill can do. So give West Coast Men's Health a call today. Speak with our clinic manager. Ask him any question you like, how it works, the science behind it, and even the cost. Change your life today, like the thousands of men who already have.
In addition to treating ED and Peyronie's disease, we now offer testosterone replacement therapy. With clinics in Redmond and Tacoma, call 206-519-6541. 206-519-6541. Online at westcoastmenshealth.com.
From the Quantum Fiber Studio.
This is Brock and Salk.
Weekdays 6 to 10.
On Seattle Sports and 97.3 FM HD2.
A lot of people pointing out that deer kill a lot of people in car accidents every year. So I get it. Like, obviously, the deer is deadly in that way.
Thank you.
But the deer die in all those accidents.
And what about a net?
But the deer also die.
What about a knickerbocker?
Yeah, but those are different types.
What about a net? The ball goes through the net. You're just nothing. You're nothing.
Fine.
You're
that
nothing.
doesn't bother me. The nets, I mean, it's a basketball team. Like, that's fine. John Forslund is with us right now. We're not going to subject him to any more of this ridiculous conversation. Good morning, John. How are you?
I'm enjoying it. You guys can keep rolling here.
Worst mascot in hockey that's paired with the current team it's in. Like, that's just nonsensical. That's stupid. Makes no sense. Dumbest mascot paired with an NHL team is what?
Oh, boy. I have a horrible history with mascots. You guys aware of that? Or
no.
Probably not. Yeah. Yeah, back in my minor league days in the 80s in Sherbrooke, Quebec, I actually physically removed a mascot from sitting on the ledge of my broadcast booth in the 1990, I believe it was, Calder Cup playoffs. Yeah. Which created a stink with the fans, most of them French-speaking, and security, and I made the hockey news for it and everything else. So anyway, I got to check it. I'm the wrong guy to ask about mascots.
Can you imagine what that would have been like in today's era with everyone having a cell phone and a video camera and all that?
Yeah, I suckered the mascot. I did after asking the mascot to leave 3 times. So 3 strikes, you're out, right? So 3 times. It was in commercial break. We came back from break. I couldn't see. Important game, playoff game. The fans were laughing and mocking the whole situation. And then I just leveled the mascot. That was it.
That's unbelievable. That's like the best story ever. And by the way, I think most people would say you're totally within your rights. Like, you're trying to do your job.
Right.
I was trying to do my job, and I was asked for help, and nobody was helping. Everybody thought it was a joke, so I snapped. Yeah. So,
was there any
unfortunately,
concern of the
not good for the children in the
Yeah.
building that night, but they got over it, I'm sure.
Do you regret it?
Not at all.
Did you know it was a male inside the mascot? Like, were you
No, didn't know. It's a really good question. Didn't know that one. Didn't care either. So, yeah. I'm being honest. Years later, it's easier.
Honesty is the best
statute
policy.
limitation is 40 years ago. Don't worry about it. Yes.
Well, John, you got to ride this one this year all the way to the Cup and call games all the way through. I do want to talk Kraken, but what did you make? I mean, you spent a lot of time around that Carolina organization. What did you make of their story and just their path to winning this one?
Well, it's an incredible story, like most. When you do win the Stanley Cup, everything has to fall into place. So they played great, number one. They played as a team. They played hard under the system the coach lays out, and they don't really vacillate from that at all. You have to have a clear path. They had a lot of chips fall in the right direction for them in terms of who they played. They had to have time and rest, and they had that with 2 sweeps in round 1, a 5-game series in round 3. And then by the time they got to the final round, the Titans of the West, the so-called Titans, had fallen off, and Vegas emerges. And by and large, Vegas was a great story, but they had the 13th best overall record against the number 2 best overall record. So it played out the way it should have. For me personally, it was great to be part of it because it reconnected me with their fan base a little bit. Still unusual for me to go back there and work in that building after all the years that I was there. And my departure wasn't very pleasant. So all of that taken into account, I got to work with Edzo, which was unbelievable. We really enjoyed it, and I look forward to doing that again. So it was a great year. I'm happy for the fan base. I'm happy for Rod Brindamore, who does a fantastic job coaching that team, and some of the players who still go back to my time there. I'm very happy for them also.
You didn't sucker punch anyone on your way out there, though, did you?
No, I wanted to, but I couldn't find that one individual.
They're sort of an interesting. Their team story is interesting, with Brindamore being a pretty old school dude, and then you got the GM who was essentially a scientist and genius blogger writing about the Flyers and stuff. What do you make of that combination of personalities or backgrounds?
Brains and brawn.
Yeah, coming together.
Well, it's a great question, guys. And what's interesting about Eric Tulsky, the GM, first of all, is that, Ron Francis hired him back in 2015. So Ronnie said, this is the organization has to be ready for this. Let's go out and get the smartest, brightest guy writing blogs based on analytics. And that's what Eric Tulsky was doing. And a lot of his data at that time was being shared with teams, and teams were recognizing how smart he is. And when you look at what he's been able to do, which I marvel at, is they've been able to scout hard the pro ranks and however they do it. And it's a combination of eye test and analytics. I think that's fair to say across the board with every team now. So this isn't anything that's, been pioneered lately, but it's been worked on for at least a decade. And now it's pretty sound in terms of how the teams look at this, but they are great at slotting players where they need to play within a system that they have, recognizing those guys and getting them, and also recovering from big swings, big trade swings, and making the best out of bad situations like the Mikko Rantanen deal could have turned out for them and didn't. So good for them. He's a really, really great guy. I know him well. And it's unconventional, but I think it's fair to say now we look at what Toronto has done and other organizations around the league, it's kind of headed in that direction now, similar to Major League Baseball. I can't speak really what football does, but I know there's heavy analytics in football too. But I think in baseball and hockey, particularly, I think with managers, you're getting profiles like this. New Jersey hired someone out of Florida to take over their operation in a similar way. So that's where it's headed.
Salk, I know there's probably a good jumping point to the Kraken. Let me ask one more before you get to that with his last answer there. It strikes me every time, Johnny, we have you on, you talk about toughness and grit and team and attitude. It feels like, and I don't know hockey the way that I know football and have learned some of this baseball and everything else. It just feels to me every time we have you on, I walk away from the conversation thinking that hockey is more constructed of that unity of team, of that attitude, of that play style than it is pure talent. And I don't know 100%. if that's fair characterization or not, because we spend a lot of time saying that Kraken aren't talented enough. They're not talented enough. They don't have any top wingers. They don't have any top talent. They don't have a top first line. They don't have stars, which is granted and fair too. And I'm not diminishing that, but I hear you so often speak to all the rest of the ingredients. Is that fair?
It's really fair. I mean, if you don't have pushback, if you don't have gravitas, on the ice, and be able to look at the other bench and stare them down, you're not going to go anywhere. And if you look at the Cup champions right now, they learned in their endless trips to the conference final. The Hurricanes learned by being pushed around a year ago by Florida and pushed right out of the third round based on intimidation that they couldn't match it. Now, they didn't have to slay a dragon in the East this year that way, but they played that way, and I was very impressed with how physical they were hit for hit against Vegas, who had the most hits of any team in the playoffs, and a very physical team. But at least they were trading body blows back and forth. That was a big part of how they were able to do it. You have to do that. And for me, it's one way you can get a group to the next level. It's really hard, and we've seen it with the Kraken. It's hard to go out and get premier scoring and trade for a number one center and sign the best free agent you can possibly get that's going to blow everybody out of the water. You're not going to be able to do that until you get to a certain level as a team and organization where you can do what Florida just did with Brady Tkachuk. But they now have upped the ante physically again. And they're going to be ready for Carolina next year based on that trade alone. And so it always works. It will never change in hockey. Sure, we have more speed and skill, and there's no question it's a game for all sizes. But goaltending and physical intimidation, physical play is never going to be extracted out of the game. At least I hope so. But I think it won't, because that's just the nature of the sport and how it's played.
Well, and it's one of the things we love about it. And talking to John Forslund here, that is the perfect kind of lead-in to where the Kraken are at here this offseason. I was trying to go through their roster, and I count, and I could be off, maybe you would disagree with the count, but I counted 11 middle six forwards. 11 second and third line, either centers or wingers. Yeah. That feels like a lot, especially when I didn't really count any true first liners, and I could probably add another 3 to 5 very capable third or fourth liners. What are you going to do with 11 middle six forwards? How do they work that out?
They got to get moving, right? They've had a good week. Okay, they started out on Sunday. The Bobby McMahon extension is fair. It works both ways. The rate is good. The player is, burgeoning 30-year-old, but he has a lot left, and he's going to add speed and scoring and a first shot mentality. That's all good. The Samoskevich trade was interesting. They had some draft equity they could work with. They did. He's a 23-year-old that has a lot to develop into, which is a good thing. They'll get to a contract that works. There's some familiarity between he and Matty Beniers. That's always good, but he's a young player with promise. So he's not the solvent to all the issues here. They being the Kraken, in my opinion, have to really get going this week and jump in there. If they're going to take a big swing, and there's only two ways to do it now based on what's happened over the 5 years and the changes with the, 2 managers, 3 coaches and all this. We've talked about it ad nauseum. The only 2 things you can do is either strip it down and rebuild again, which is going to be hard to take, and rely on your younger players, or get in there and get going and make a big swing. And they have the ability to do it. They have some players they can move. They can have players they can move on from, and they said they were going to be aggressive. So if you do all of this, and they had that internal audit, and I don't believe we've seen, any of the results, but they know what it is. So the next few days, the next week or so, it's going to be very interesting to watch. I expect it to be active, big time, and I think it needs to be, because it's a step back if it isn't, and if you have to sacrifice, if it's Shane Wright, I don't know if it is or not, they have to, and I'm sure they have made a decision by now, if they can move on from that player, and if that's a tantalizing piece for some organization, maybe it is, but they certainly need more help down the middle. They certainly need more scoring. They absolutely need to look at that, because of some of their parts mentality, we're going to roll the 4 lines and play this way. It just isn't going to work. They're going to need to score. They're going to need to be able to game break, games that are tight, because they're going to play tight checking under this coach. And he's right about how they need to play as a team, but you got to help Blaine Lambert. You got to give them players that can be effective on the power play, that can be effective in a tight game and score a goal when you need it, instead of relying on grinding all the time. It's played out, the wrong way, and that's got to change.
So it's funny, Brock asked me a couple of weeks ago when Vegas was in the Cup, 2 teams that got in around the same time. Why has Vegas been there 3 times? And I said, there's a lot of reasons, and obviously smart moves and a great advantage they had in the expansion draft. But when you look at them, they've taken some huge risks. And they've, for the most part, paid out, whether it's Carter Hart or John Tortorella or Jack Eichel. I mean, they've taken a lot of big risks that other teams were not Mitch Marner, that other teams weren't willing to take. Are there risks out there that the Kraken could take this offseason that would be akin to some of those big swings the Knights have taken? And would it be worth it to try something like that?
Now, the two guys I'm going to bring up, I have no idea if it's on the radar, if it's conceivable, if they're thinking about it. I'm independent from what they're thinking, obviously, so I don't have any idea. But if you're looking in this summer to improve your scoring, you're either looking at an unrestricted free agent in Alex Tuch, the Buffalo Sabres, or you're looking at Jason Robertson coming out of Dallas. You're looking at those two players. Robertson's restricted. There could be offer sheets coming his way. Is that what you want to do? Sign and trade. Is that what you want to do with a player like that? It reportedly is a $2 million gap between what he wants and what he's been offered. They say the team's offered around $12 million a year. He wants anywhere around 14, I guess it is. Tuch did not have a great Stanley Cup playoff for Buffalo. But when you look at his production, and he also kills penalties and all of it, and you play out his numbers, he's in the neighborhood anywhere between 8 and 10 million a year, and I understand he wants 5 figures. So if that's the case, those are the big swings, and it might work. Robertson's going to work for somebody. Tuch should work at least for 2 or 3 seasons, and then maybe there's a decline in his production. I don't know, but those are the types of players that might work here, with McMahon's extension, with Samoskevich as a supplemental piece. We can't get carried away with a 23-year-old player that's still cutting his teeth. That's unfair to that player. So we're talking about guys you plug in to help. The one center, the A center, that would go in front of Beniers and Stevenson. I don't know if that's attainable, but that would be the Christmas ask. That would be what you want under the tree if you're the Kraken. And again, these take creative ways to do it. They have draft equity. They have prospects. They have players they can move on from. And it might not be something you want to sacrifice, but you got to play cards. You got to get in there and do it. So those are my thoughts on that.
You know what I want, Salk? You know what I want? I want the Kraken to be Stanley Cup contenders so we can talk to John Forslund a lot. I mean, that's what I want.
Let me ask one more quick
question.
question.
We get mascot stories. We get wisdom.
We get a lot. Really quick. And if you were to, let's say you were to try to make a sign and trade for someone like Robertson, who's close to being a 50-goal scorer, would you give up Matty Beniers in a trade like that?
You might have to. You might have to. And so, it would hurt the position. You still have to be strong down the middle. I hope Matty's a big part of what they do moving forward, because I think he's an ideal second center. Ideal. And so, that's not disrespectful. That's a very important position on anybody's team because of his two-way game. But again, you have to sacrifice, right? You have to sacrifice if you're going to get in there. And the one thing about Robertson, he had a burn coming off after being not taken by the U.S. Olympic team. He showed that down the stretch, and I saw a lot of his games in the playoffs. And sure, there's always a naysayer about every player, with the exception of a very few. But he can score, and he did it in the playoffs. And if you're going to do it in the playoffs, that's the most grueling, physically demanding situation a player can be put in, especially if you're so-called just a skill guy. That's what the naysayers say about, he's a skill. Well, you need skill. You need to have people to fill the net. And again, you got to have breathing space within games. And the only way to get there is with high-end talent. And that's, again, hard to get. So the sacrifice comes into play.
After all these years, you ever thought about reconnecting with that mascot? Just putting that water under the bridge?
Not really. No, not really.
Never, ever.
No,
huh? Okay.
No. I tried to be a nice human being, as you guys know.
Yeah.
No, but again, it's a mark against me. I'm not proud of it, but I
sounds like you should be. Kind of sounds like you should be.
You guys are great. These things happen.
Yes, they do.
You want to feel old for a second, John? I was watching throughout the playoffs with my kids, 14 and 12. My 12-year-old's the one who plays. And at some point, we're watching the TNT between periods, and she goes, "Who's that old guy on the left?" And I said, "Hey, when you talk about kids getting Gretzky'd because they've scored 3 goals? Yeah. Hey, you know when you talk about doing the Gretzky drill where you set up behind the net in Gretzky's office? Yeah. That's Gretzky. She's like, what? But he's so old. I was like, oh, my gosh. Isn't that awful?
I know. Well, I mean, one of the great things about my cup run, that finished up last Sunday night in Vegas was the amount of Canes fans that were there and the people that came up to me with the old, when I was 5, I listened, and now they're walking around with their own kids. Yeah, I had to go through that.
All right. Well,
but I embrace it. I'm okay.
Don't go anywhere. We need
no
you.
end in sight for me. Thank God. We're going to keep moving forward here.
John, thank you so much.
My oldest daughter's getting married this summer, so I'm going to work till I'm 97.
To try to pay it off?
That's right. Yeah. Yeah. We're just throwing money out the window right now at this point. Yeah.
How about the cost of flowers? Isn't it amazing? I had a wedding last summer.
It's crazy. It's absolutely crazy. And it's a destination wedding because it's here in Maine. And I told her, hey, listen, there might be a small crowd. Everybody's coming just about. So
Awesome.
Yeah.
Thanks, John. We appreciate it. Have a great rest of the offseason. We'll enjoy the draft this weekend. We'll catch up soon. All right.
Thanks for having me. Appreciate it.
John Forslund, the voice of the Kraken. He's the best.
Love that guy.
I know. That's why I always suggest having him on. Even if you don't love hockey and don't care about all the details and the names, you got to just love hearing that guy because he's awesome.
Yes.
He's just a good dude and funny and natural.
And the beauty of a John Forslund at this age and stage for the Kraken is he doesn't pull punches. He didn't pull them, but didn't pull any night. Well, he pulled 3 of them in 1980 at that mascot, but he's just going to tell you as it is and what they need to do. And it's very clear what I think they need to do.
Yeah, I'm glad he said some of that. You do need the toughness. You do need the scoring. You need to balance both of those things. I love the 2 names that he brought up. And it does fit with what I think I mentioned yesterday. And I'll keep saying it. There should not be one untouchable on the team. And that includes Matty Beniers.
Right.
There should not be one player that is untouchable on this team. When I go through, and I told you, I counted 11 middle 6 forwards. McMahon, McCann, Samoskevich, Beniers, Catton, Kakko, Eberle, Schwartz, Stevenson, Tolvanen, and Wright. That's 11 guys that should be either on a second or third line. Like, you're going to have to trade some of them. And if you want someone like Jason Robertson, who brings, goal scoring in his career, Brock, starting, once he made it to the league, 17, 41, 46, 29, 35, 45. Like, you want that. You got to give something up to get
and
it.
not everything's got to spin back to football, but everything should spin back to champions. And you've seen what champions do. The Seahawks took an enormous risk by trading, at the time, Russell Wilson. That was a huge risk.
Yep.
You don't trade a franchise quarterback. They lost their minds in Denver. They just landed their savior. No, they knew what they were doing. They took a big risk. Jody took a pretty significant risk. Pete was the winningest coach in franchise history, right? Beloved. We got to take a risk. Got to trust John now to bring the right people around him and bring in a Mike McDonald. Like, you've got to take swings and take risks. The champion in this town did it. He did it in big, big ways.
Yep. Sometimes, and then Gino and then DK. I mean, it's a big part of it. And I think the Kraken are going to hopefully do some of that here over the course of the next few weeks. Starts with the draft on Friday. Thank you to John Forslund. He really is the best.
Tuesday.
I know. Wasn't this great? Logan Gilbert, John Forslund, Jeff Passan. You can go find all those interviews on the YouTube page or on the podcast platform, whatever the best place for you to find it is. You can do either of those things. Tomorrow, we have nothing. We had lots of stuff planned for today.
3 guests today. None.
Absolutely not. Don't even listen tomorrow. Now we'll find something.
We got trash takes. I'm going to win my 4th in 5 weeks.
Yeah, I got a couple ideas. I got a couple ideas for guests for tomorrow. Plus, you get us. What could be better than that?
Actually play.
Yeah, that'll be nice. All right, we'll see you guys tomorrow morning at 6 a.m. Stick around for Bump and Stacy next. The Hay
Barn.
That's where it is. See you, everybody.
Stick around for Bump and Stacy coming up next at 10.
That's right. That's what this news feels like.
Committee for
so there's going to be a committee to decide whether they're going to make an announcement and when they're going to make an announcement.
Give Seattle a team.
Bump and Stacy with Michael Bumpus and Stacy Rost next at 10.
I hope you guys are prepared to be embarrassed by my behavior.
We're going to be on Hard Knocks for sure.
We're definitely going to be on Hard Knocks because I will drag us in front of these cameras.
On Seattle Sports.
Bigger food needs call for even bigger savings. Get more at Chef Store for your restaurant, food truck, or event with warehouse savings on food service essentials and grilling favorites. Plus, we're open to the public, no membership required. Visit Chef Store today.
What is that sound? Ugh, that sounds like a plumbing sound. Luckily, there's a company that fixes all the plumbing sounds across Puget Sound. That's All Sound Plumbing. Puget Sound's plumbing experts. Have a sound? Visit allsoundplumbing.com.
Your neighbors at 3 Tree Roofing love telling you no. No high-pressure sales pitches. No Band-Aid fixes that will fail come wintertime. No outrageous pricing from some corporate-owned roofing company with headquarters thousands of miles from here. 3 Tree Roofing is local, family-owned, and their team will build you a worry-free plan for your roof replacement, completely free. Visit 3treeroofing.com to schedule your free estimate and call today to say yes to an additional $500 discount. That's 3 Tree Roofing, your Puget Sound roofing experts.
Longer days, warmer weather, and a stronger you all start at Top Fitness. Hey, Brock Hewitt here, and right now, check out the Top Fitness Big Sale in all 3 of their stores. Every category is on sale. Home gyms, weight plates, dumbbells, treadmills, and stair climbers like I've got. Great deals on display models, too. Have a home gym that needs some help? Get your rubber flooring and all the accessories you need. Get into Top Fitness with locations in Tukwila, Linwood, and Bellevue, or visit topfitness.com for more info. That's Top Fitness, your best place for home fitness equipment.
For over 50 years, Bucky's Complete Auto Repair has been the one locals trust for honest pricing, expert service, and guaranteed repairs. This dedication has earned them a Carfax Preferred designation. At Bucky's, every customer gets detailed Carfax updates, timely service reminders, and a full service history all at your fingertips. With 16 family-owned locations, no appointment needed, and easy financing, Bucky's makes auto care simple. Visit Bucky's.com today and drive with confidence. Bucky's.com.
Taking the time to understand who you're working with, so that way you can understand, am I putting them in the best situation to be successful based on either their skill set or what they've gone through in their personal life. But you got to take the time to know your coworkers, your teammates, all that kind of stuff like that between the lines, because then otherwise it's not relationship based. And so that's a priority for us as far as making sure that we get to know each other between the lines. And then through that, right, you go shared experiences, and then too, now you're in the trenches together, and then you build the camaraderie, and then you got the trust and everything else that comes with that type of thing. That's really what, Brett and myself are trying to, articulate and communicate with the people that we work with, that, hey, yes, we have a job to do and we do have to perform to make sure that this business is sustainable. But the foundational piece is the relationship.
The Johnson Auto Family, the LJ way.
When it comes to your home's water, Culligan makes it better. Say goodbye to hard water, odors, and rusty iron stains. Plus, a Culligan Whole House PFAS system is the only system certified to reduce 99.99% of forever chemicals and over 70 other harmful contaminants. Start with a free water test and let Culligan recommend the right solution for you and your water. Ask about 12-month, no payment, no interest financing too. Visit Culligan.com. Impurities may not be in your water.
1877 Cars for Kids. K-A-R-S Cars for Kids. 1877 Cars for Kids. Donate your car today.
Call 877 Cars for Kids to reach a friendly live agent. Donation is super easy, and your car can be picked up as soon as tomorrow. Call us now or go to carsforkids.org.
Donate your car today.
Did you know you can donate real estate too?
Endless hours of research, seeking referrals, dozens of calls. Hiring the right attorney can be a challenging process during an already difficult time. JP Pendergast with Pendergast Law explains.
In Washington State, Tom, there are thousands of attorneys to choose from. Referrals and online research can be helpful, but discovering the right attorney requires a conversation. It can be hard to identify integrity and authenticity without that interaction.
So, what do you recommend?
We encourage anyone looking for personal injury representation to call for a free consultation with our team before making a decision simply based on referrals or online research. Accident victims need an attorney that listens, demonstrates honesty, and is genuinely understanding of their unique circumstances. The care, attention, and preparation that our firm provides throughout the case mirrors the effort involved when taking on the insurance companies.
Save time and avoid mistakes after an injury. Contact the caring and compassionate team at Pendergast Law.
If you are